521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Next hour, the psychic cop Chuck Bergman joins us. Fascinating discussion how he's been able to help police with victims and things solving crimes with his psychic ability. We'll talk to them about that and so much more. Next hour on Coast to Coast. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? What a fun deal at 15 cents a day.
Hi, this is Angelina in Redondo Beach, and I love being a Coast to Coast Insider because I can tune in at any time of day.
Hi, I'm Julio from Florida, Louisiana, and I really like being an insider because of all the interesting information.
Hi, this is Ari from San Diego, California, and I love being a Coast Insider because I can listen to any show, anytime, anywhere, if I'm in the garden or in the kitchen, to do a walk on the beach. And there's no more sleepless nights for me. It's amazing. Give it a try.
Do give it a try. 15 cents a day. A couple ways you can sign up. Our website, coasttocoastam.com, right at the top of the homepage. It says Insider. Or download our Coast to Coast AM app right to your phone. Click profiles and subscriptions once that's opened up. So you can sign up that way too. And it's also available now, Coast Insider memberships if you live in Canada and worldwide. Now here's something for you to de-stress. Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress. Then wind down at night with Accelerate for mental and physical relaxation while naturally cleansing and detoxifying, promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and Elevate. Yours is Power Pack.
I actually started not long ago, and I just blown away from what it's done for me with energy, with focus, and clarity, and it's all natural. That is amazing, and I'm losing interest off my weight.
Yes, I do. This goes out to my man Eli, the great Aston Martin music by Rick Ross. Here we go, baby.
It's incredible. We're absolutely lucky. So I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it and it would last until I took the Accelerate. So before I started taking the Elevate and the Accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety or mood swings. Since taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication or prescriptions. It's generally happier symptoms.
I probably have an anxiety or panic attack every 4 or 5 days, and I have not had one suppressive thought. I have not been anxious. I'm not considering personal instances, so I didn't know what to do with myself. I just felt good, clear-headed. I felt focused. There was like a drive inside me all of a sudden. I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Definitely know that the Elevate not only gives you energy, not only gives you the vitamin to my body, but it helps me with my mood, and you know what? It makes my husband happy.
Yours is Power Pack. Order now and receive free gifts each way. Refreshing Relax Tablet. Accelerate, Elevate, and be fun. Order now at healthylifting.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or healthylifting.com. If you're tired of here's the latest. David Horowitz, the famed author and speaker, has posted a video talking about controversial things, and his video was banned. It was yanked off social media. In his new bestseller, The Final Battle, his book, David Horowitz is warning America that this tech and their social media are destroying America and threatening our freedom. Horowitz says these companies control the information flows and they're censoring news left and right. In The Final Battle, Horowitz also warns that a group of secret players are wanting to change America. It's an amazing book. Mike Huckabee says you might get this book. Rex calls it The Final Battle, the Book of the Year. Get Final Battle in bookstores and check out the free offer. You save $28 when you do that. Call 1-800-NEWSMAX to find out more. 1-800-NEWSMAX, NEWSMAX, or go to this website, finalbattle611.com. That's finalbattle611.com to get your free copy. Marvelous Entertainment and author Margaret Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggon's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels of the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVELOUS.com.
The Angie Works, you know, is more Angie, and there's so much more. and save you ratings and reviews. But now, we can also help you compare upset prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie Swift is now Angie, and we're here to get your job right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
And welcome back to our final segment. Dr. Wallace with us from CriticalHealthNews.com and 3 weeks pharmacist Ben Fuchs joins us and Doc will join us sometime after that. That would put you probably the end of April, right around there, Doc. Sounds good to me. My gosh, there's so much because we started off with these switching blind, faster and faster and faster. Do you get involved in any social issues on your radio shows? Oh yeah, sometimes. We get involved with what's going on in the communities, and so we are invited to participate and to solve problems. Let's go back to the phones. Next up, let us go to Eric in Indiana. Welcome to the program. Hey, Eric.
Hello, George. Hello, Dr. Wallace. Hi there. How are you guys today?
Everybody's good. How about you?
I'm great.
Aston Martin Music 5.
About women losing,
You put that
hair
Papa
what?
Does Aston Martin
What
Music
a woman do to keep from losing all her hair and all that standing for a long time?
Okay. Actually, we have a program for that for both men and women. And let's see here. How much does your wife weigh? Does she have any other issues like diabetes or high blood pressure or arthritis?
Yeah, she got diabetes and high blood pressure. She weighs about 250, and she's probably about 5 foot tall.
Okay. All right. So, you need to get rid of all the bad foods. This is essential. You got to get rid of fried foods. You got to get rid of oils, like salad dressing and cooking oils. You got to get rid of processed meats like ham and bacon, bologna, salami, that kind of stuff. You need to get rid of gluten, no wheat, no butter on oats, so that prevents her from efficiently absorbing the nutrients, which leads her to eat more frequently, looking for stuff, and so that's why she gains weight. Then she also needs to stay away from buckwheat, worse than gluten. She needs to stay away from sugar, and she needs to stay away from carbonated drinks, including diet drinks and also carbonated drinks like water, carbonated water, tonic water. Yeah, the carbonated water will neutralize some acids so you cannot absorb minerals or digest food, so that's a bad thing. Then you want her at 200 pounds to take 2 healthy brain and heart attacks a month. 2 healthy brain and heart attacks a month, total serving twice a day. Then she needs 2 bottles a month of the MSM, take 3 breakfast, 3 lunch, and dinner time. They're going to help her support, repair cartilage, ligaments, tendons, connective tissue, discs, finger, vertebrae, bone, make bone stuff, including the bone marrow to make white blood cells, joints, colonies, viruses, and bacteria, and fungus, and yeast and stuff. And then we want her to also have the, hair, skin, and nails. I want her to get 3 bottles of that a month. They're small bottles. I want her to get 3 bottles a month. So she can take 3 breakfast, 3 lunch, and dinner time. And it's the raw materials necessary for healthy skin, hair growth, and so forth. The collagen peptides will help with that also. The MSM will help with that also. But she has to absorb nutrition, so she's got to stay away from the bad stuff, especially the gluten, the wheat, the barley, rye, and oats. You cannot have oatmeal for breakfast. You cannot have buckwheat. You cannot have the breakfast of champions. If she's going to drink beer, it's got to be rice beer from either Australia or some Asian countries. You cannot eat, the American beers made from wheat, kind of thing. And then, let's see here. Oh, then also for the skin, I want her to take the extra minerals. She needs to take the extra minerals, and she either just rub a couple ounces on her belly twice a day, about like a half a teacup full of the liquid plant mineral in her belly. That will help her with the skin problems as well. And then she won't have to drink so many minerals because she can just put them on her belly. It's almost like IV. It's absorbed almost like instantly, and it goes IV and goes all over the place, including the skin. But this is very simple stuff. Because she has diabetes and high blood pressure, she also needs 2 bottles a month of our sweeties. So you take 3 breakfast, 3 lunch.
You got to run a lot of stuff, Doc.
Well, I take, let's see here, I go through my 2, I only weigh 142, and I take 2 Hildebrand heart packs a month. I take 45 other bottles of our nutrients. I'll take 3 out of each one. And I'll take all those pill capsules twice a day, in addition to my liquids.
Now, don't you recommend if people want to cut their costs down to be a distributor, where they can then get it at wholesale?
Well, if you're a preferred customer, you get it for wholesale. You get an auto ship. Even as a preferred customer, you get an auto ship. I will pay the shipping for you. Okay. And of course, when you become a distributor, an associate, we call them, an associate, we actually have a program where you can get a certificate, as and be a health coach. And this gives you a lot of credibility. Anyway, some of the things were, you take these nutrients and it gives your body what it needs to be happy. Okay, now, you'll add 25 to 50 healthy years to your life by taking all these nutrients. And again, you're going to pay wholesale for them. And then, if you're building a business, you get customers and so forth, I will send you a check every month based on the volume you create. Okay, and then if you're running this out of your home, you get tax deductions. Okay, let's say you're using 25% of your floor space in your house, to your office, your little warehouse, your meeting room. Well, guess what? You're getting a deducted 25% of your mortgage, 25% of your homeowner's insurance, 25% of your utility. Then you get back thousands of dollars at the end of the year in tax refunds. So I think you're running a business out of your home.
All right, here's the information on that. Let's go to criticalhealthnews.com. And again, there's that toll-free number to call. Because I'm sure you have looked some of the Doc talked about, 1-855-949-7234. 1-855-949-7234. Next up, Jeremy in North Dakota. Welcome to the show. Hey, Jeremy.
Oh, no, guys, let's ask Wallace, Dr. Wallace, if you could tell me what the difference is between HDD and regular HDD. And your AD is dripping on oil. Okay? And you kind of scramble it, kind of like, they're not really aged, they don't have the cholesterol in it that H do. And so I stay away from H eaters, okay? Run relay, 3 eggs twice a day. That's going to give you enough cholesterol to maintain your brain, your spinal cord, and also it's one of those things where the cholesterol is required so you don't get Alzheimer's disease, MS, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, there's multiple sclerosis, and tremors. And then there's a new one which just came out some years ago, which Bruce Willis has, is the FTD, frontal temporal dementia. It's kind of like a localized Alzheimer's disease. And I guess his career was over. Oh yeah, no, he's retired and so forth. We're trying to communicate with his family because I can rebuild him. I can get his brain back. So give me 90 days, he'll be back to his person. Okay, but I guarantee you he's on some statin drugs to lower his cholesterol. He's been told to not eat eggs and fatty meats and stuff like that. And so he's exactly as the doctor said, and that's why he has FTD.
How do you come down with it?
Well, when you have FTD, the cholesterol in your brain is gone. And 25% of your brain weight is cholesterol. And I would also throw in for this guy, and for Willis, our I-26. It says right on the label. Now this freaks people out. It says right on the label. It gives you 25% of your daily requirement of cholesterol. There's no other product in the market anywhere in the world that says anything like that.
That sells cholesterol.
Yeah, we're selling cholesterol because it makes up 25% of your brain weight, 25% of your spinal cord weight, and it's one of those things where it's good for your skin, it's good for your liver. You need cholesterol. Cholesterol is so important. And to be like Bruce Willis and then have STD. You don't be so many Americans who have Alzheimer's disease and MS. Doctors made a terrible mistake 100 years ago when they blamed cholesterol on plugged arteries, and that created a monster against humanity.
Next few more calls, and when we're out of time, Doc, let's go to Wynn in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Wynn, welcome to the program.
If you do Thank you, This kind of program is really good. I just wanted to share a couple of things with you. Um, just got on the present. I work full time. I'm a theater. I'm a writer. I'm doing children's books. Okay. Thank you. And I usually get just taken as usually for 70. I get taken to 70, but I have three kids, 55, 64, and 59. Wow. Now, I say, I don't care, are you in your 80s or 90s? I'm 89 next month. Good, you don't sound like it, Wim. Well, that's what people say. They think I'm in my 70s. I've never had a drink, never had a cup of coffee, never had a cigarette, never had any drugs. I eat the same food every day. I have, and Doc, you're not going to like this one, but just 50 years ago, I had the same breakfast and shredded wheat, mayonnaise, berries, honey, fruit serum, etc., plus yogurt, plus several other things. During the day, trail mix, and at night, just live one. I only do a burger and chicken. Sure. With the bread, video. Interesting guys. Well, it works for them, Doc. Well, it's one of those things where you're getting enough nutrition so that you're going around the damage you're getting from all that wheat and oats and all that kind of stuff. Because you are getting some damage to your intestines. There's no escaping that. And so you must be either supplementing a lot or eating your right foods. But eating eggs is important. 3 eggs twice a day. Get that cholesterol, keep your brain going. And there's Jimmy Carter. I don't want to talk about his politics, but he just turned 98. And he's been eating grits every morning, for 97 and a half years. He's in the hospital now at home. Well, see, the doctors say, look, Jimmy, you're 90 years old, you have a heart attack, you're going to die because by the time we get the ambulance out there and blah, 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 you're going to die. Well, let's put you in the hospital, so if you have a heart attack, you can save it. Well, he told him. Well, yeah, he said, shove it. He told him to shove it. I'm not going to a hospital, I'm just going to stay at home. He died, and he's going to go, that's where he wants to go. Yeah. And of course, he's 30 years older than any of those doctors. He's 30 years older than any of those doctors. Jesus, I'm fine. Okay, well, good luck. Keep doing what you're doing. It's working. Next up, we go to Kimberly in Los Angeles. Welcome to the show. Hey, Kim, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks for my class.
Sure.
Here's the thing. I was having heart palpitations at night. And it was like thrashing like the pounding. And I was like, what is going on? So I went to the doctor to do blood tests. And then he said I was too diabetic, like 5 points I'll be diabetic. Also, high blood sugar and high cholesterol.
Okay. How many times do you wake up at night? You're 1, 3 times, 5 times?
It depends on the night, but a lot. Yes.
3 to 5 times?
Yes.
Okay, do you have tinnitus, any ringing in the ears?
No.
Okay. But you do have an irregular heartbeat.
Only at night.
Can you lay down?
Yes.
Would be electrical, Doc. Well, you actually have osteoporosis of the skull, losing the 10th cranial nerve, of which is the vagus nerve, which controls the rate nerve in the heart. It's not a heart problem. Okay, so he has diabetes and high blood pressure, correct?
Diabetes of the head.
Okay, so he needs to take 2 healthy during heart attacks a month, none of the bad foods, none of the grains, none of the wheat, butter, and oats, and all that kind of stuff. He needs 2 healthy heart attacks a month, so oats twice a day. He needs 2 hours a month of MSM, so he takes 3 breakfast, 6 months of dinner time. And then I want her to take our synapses, 2 bottles a month of that, so she takes 3 at breakfast, 3 at dinner time, so the brain cells can talk to each other. If she does have some blood sugar problems, she needs to take her sweeties 3 twice a day. If she's on blood sugar medicine, because you breathe out diabetic, don't cold turkey off of that, but as the blood sugar begins to drop, she can slowly reduce the medication based on numbers. Same with the blood pressure, the Ultimate Daily Classic tablets, 3 words, Ultimate Daily Classic tablets. Take 3 of those twice a day with 2 hours a month, and that will help her maintain healthy blood pressure and also get blood flowing through blocked arteries in the brain, the heart, kidneys. And if she's on medication for blood pressure, don't cold turkey off of that, but as the blood pressure begins to get better, she can slowly reduce medication based on the numbers. And she has a very common picture here in America. And these are all nutritional deficiencies, and of course, medical doctors say, listen, genetic anatomy in your body, practice cells, all kind of stuff. That's my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Professor. In 2011, I got the Klaus Schwartz Award for that, kind of like the Nobel Prize in biochemistry. I also, in 2015, from the United Nations, they gave me the Lifetime Achievement Award for that, okay, for finding those things. And again, my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. I'm very, very proud of that. And some of those things were this book, The Wallach Revolution, that covered 75 years of some of the great discoveries that we've made on health. I read cystic fibrosis. I read muscular dystrophy, made Jerry Lewis happy. Got rid of sudden death syndrome, where doctors are saying the mothers are laying on the babies and suffocating them. They years and years and years of the simple nutritional deficiencies. I had to sue the FDA in federal court 8 times. My attorney, Tennessee Morgan, and I did that 8 times on that one subject. We got the nutrients put into the baby formulas, and cystic fibrosis, the bad birth defect went away, muscular dystrophy went away, and sudden death syndrome went away. It's all because we got that nutrient put into the baby formula. So we're very proud of that.
Doc, thanks for spending some time with us. Talk to you in 6 weeks.
God bless you, George, you and Tom and Tim. I can't thank you enough for everything. You're doing great work to save humanity. We're so very proud to be associated with you. God bless.
You too. Doc Wallach from CriticalHealthNews.com. That's the website to go to whenever you want to. And also you can call this number anytime. Right up 1-559-7234. Bergman joins us with the Psychic Talk.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
Where the fuck you got? I'm not kidding. Whatever. Really? Yeah, but like. Really? Yeah, that's what I had.
Tired of the censorship of conservative views, here's the latest. David Horowitz, the state author and conservative thinker, just posted YouTube video talking about voting irregularities in the 2020 election. Not surprisingly, and his video was banned, of course, from YouTube. In his new bestseller, Final Battle, David Horowitz is warning Americans that big tech and their social media platforms are damaging American institutions and threatening our freedom. But David Horowitz explains how companies like Facebook, Twitter, Google, and YouTube control information flows with the power to collectively censor news feeds. In Final Battle, Horowitz also warns that a group of secret players are working to change America, weakening the social fabric and working to undermine the possibility of bipartisan solutions to common problems. Mark Huckabee strongly recommends this book. Newsmax calls Final Battle the book of the year. Get Final Battle in bookstores. Check out the free offer and save $28. Call 1-800-NEWSMAX, 1-800-NEWSMAX, or go to FinalBattle611.com, FinalBattle611.com, and get your free copy today.
On Ice-T's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Safe, and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to Ice-T's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late-night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby and Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972.
More stimulating talk with no login required. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. No more zippity. I'm Rick Dennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Disneyland is dropping all zippity Breedog references.
You know I do. I'm living the dream. You know how I do out here on the West Coast. How about you?
For featuring racist imagery and themes. TRUMAN says they will now use the Sonic computer plan. The man linked to sexual assaults on the campus of Burbank High School has been arrested. 22-year-old Patrick Nazarian has been booked for kidnapping and sexual assault after 3 female students reported being inappropriately touched. Police say he gained access to the school through an unlocked door in a parking lot and was waiting in the ladies' room for victims. 2 Americans kidnapped in Mexico and survived are back in the States. 1 person is under arrest in connection with the incident. Mexico's president said the group was caught in a crossfire between 2 armed groups before they were taken away at gunpoint. Right now, 30 of the 32 states in Mexico are under U.S. travel advisories. There are also 6 do not travel locations. A man who tried to stab a flight attendant and open an emergency exit door on the United Airlines flight is now facing counts of interference and attempted interference with flight crew members and also using a deadly weapon. If convicted, he could face life in prison. Lisa Olson was a passenger on the plane.
Very quickly, so many men, I'm not saying, just got up and, went right after him.
The Department of Justice says the 33-year-old believes the flight crew was trying to kill him. The 2022 Teacher of the Year in San Diego has been arrested for having a sexual relationship with a former student. Jacqueline Moss, a 6th grade teacher in National City. Her arraignment is scheduled for Friday. And daylight saving time returns Sunday morning at 2 a.m. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy skies. We'll see highs in the low to mid-60s. Right now it's 45 on Balboa Island. Laguna Beach has 47. 38 for Topanga Canyon and 42 in Ontario. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Lake City, which is over in westbound after French Boulevard, we have plant crews from an earlier tracks that have already blocked. The drive is stacking up right around Arlington and in Vernon. This is on the Pacific southbound at Atlantic.
He told stories the other night about how an indigenous group was going because of your work with elderly, they were going to honor you. Was that you who told that story?
73. Now, there's always just off the road work until 5. Hey, if I have Sky help get this out for my dad.
I love that story. I want you to know that's props to you. That's a really beautiful thing that they're doing for them and that you do for them.
Time is running out to secure the best possible solar reimbursement with the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And as you can guess, it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old system. The good news is there's a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. But time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux, and you call them today. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call Sunlux and get your documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power that you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. TSLB 100 is pretty simple. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts and newsmakers and celebrities,
Shout out to
for answers to
what
more intriguing and annoying questions. Those things that make you go, really? No, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a secret. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
There are simple things parents and caregivers can do to help children cope with stress. It's important to talk to children in age-appropriate language and approach the discussion in a calm and sensitive way to help them cope. This Tell Hopeful Moment is brought to you by tellhope.org. Life in uncertainty and pain to be stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Tell Hope can help. Access Tell Hope's free and secure mental health service. Call 333-317-4273 or live chat at tellhope.org.
Newsmax says if you're tired of the censorship of conservative views, here's the latest. David Horowitz, the famed author and conservative thinker, he posted a YouTube video talking about voting irregularities in the 2020 election. Not surprisingly, and his video was banned, of course, from YouTube. In his new bestseller, Final Battle, David Horowitz is warning Americans that big tech and their social media platforms are damaging American institutions and threatening our freedom. But David Horowitz explains how companies like Facebook, Twitter, Google, and YouTube control information flows with the power to collectively censor news feeds. In Final Battle, Horowitz also warns that a group of secret players are working to change America, weakening the social fabric and working to undermine the possibility of 5 partisan solutions to common problems. Mike Huckabee strongly recommends this book. Here's next called Final Battle, the Book of the Year. Take Final Battle in bookstores to check out the free offer and save $20. Call 1-800-NEWSFACT, 1-800-NEWSFACT, or go to finalbattle611.com, finalbattle611.com, and get your free copy today.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
That's beautiful. She said, you're not only a thinker, but you have a big heart, and that's a rare combination in this book. I love your idea for your not-for-profit. Honestly, if I could ever help with that, if my stream ever got big and we make this NFT the biggest NFT in global history, we're going to make sure that you're able to take care of all of that, because that seems really, really important. I mean, not only really important, but it's a really specific thing that you have that you really need to help people with. It's like that transition, but between like being at home and then an actual care facility, but really there's just a lack of funds to be able to do it, and nobody cares about it, but you see them on a day-to-day basis, and that you really, you see the need, and you really have a really good idea for an organization. That's cool. You've thought this through. That's an excellent idea.
Coast to Coast AM with your story.
Up next, Chuck Bergen back with us. The fact is top. We're going to talk about the paranormal and the afterlife on Coast to Coast AM. If you like target practice, if you like going to the range and just trying to get yourself better and better at brushing up your shooting, you need a Mantis X, because you won't have to go to the range anymore. You don't have to spend money on ammo or feed. You can do all of this at home, and it's called dry fire practice, where you're not using any ammo at all. The Mantis is a high-tech, easy-to-use system that is used extensively by the military that improves your shooting accuracy quickly and gives you confidence in your ability to protect your family and what you love. Here's how it works. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm and connect with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct your technique. The Mantis X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket. 94% of the shooters improve within 20 minutes using Mantis X. The best part is that you can use it at home. Fire practice, it's called dry fire practice. The Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving range, no spending money on the range and ammo fees. And you save a ton of money and improve what you do. Start improving today. Get yours at MantisX.com. It's Mantis, MANTIS, X, MantisX.com. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and the U.S. broke through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January. There's no slowing on spending. It's times like these that you want to have physical gold and silver on hand. You can buy it at BullionMax.com/coast. Go to BullionMax.com/coast and purchase your silver starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up for Coast to Coast listeners. BullionMax.com/coast. Just southwest of Fort Worth, Desert One in the Church Pecan Orchard is surrounded by 17 miles of Brazos River frontage. It's one of the most stunning and amenity-rich communities in Texas. Pecan Plantation, 2 home sites from just $69.90. Live every day like you're on vacation. They have golf courses, pools, a country club, sports clubs, a marina, and so much more for under $200 a month.
Schedule your virtual viewing online. FortWorthLandSale.com. That's FortWorthLandSale.com. So give us a call. 844-LAND-123. And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Chuck Bergen back with us, a retired Salem, Massachusetts police officer. Thank you for serving. He is a third-generation medium and recalls being able to communicate with the other side since the age of 6. He has spent many years learning meditation techniques that have helped us find the incredible gifts that he has. He has completed classes in psychic mediumship, advanced mediumship, and Reiki. Chuck, welcome back to the program. How's the psychic cop down? Doing really well, George. How are you doing? It's good to hear from you again. Everything's great. Oh, at this young age, at 5 and 6 years old, how did this happen for you? Well, it's a strange story where, of all things, me being the psychic cop now, 5 years old, I was at home playing all by myself. I went out in the backyard, and of all things, I was trying to create a police uniform to wear. So I'm putting on I made a little gun belt thing. I made a badge that is tin foil, which kept falling off. And, being that young, I'll admit I started crying as a little boy because I couldn't get the badge to stay on my shirt. And then out of nowhere, I heard a man's voice, and, to this day, I can remember the purity of it. It was more like going to a movie theater, like an IMAX, and having that beautiful, rich, pure sound come in. And it was a man's voice, and he used my name. He said, "Don't cry, Chuck. One day you'll be wearing a real badge." And about 15, 20 years later, I did join the Salem Police Department, Salem, Massachusetts, which is known as the Witch City. Yep. Here's the amazing part. I grew up in Jacksonville, Florida. Had no idea that there was a Witch City. So how I ended up there, I'll never know. And he was right. He was very right. In fact, I've heard him only a few times, or what I call the voice. I've only heard that in my head a few times, and every time it's so dead on accurate, so pure, so rich, and with all the readings I do for people, I would say there's a small percentage of people that are willing to admit that they too hear the voice, but only at a critical time in their life. What's amazing too is you use this ability in your police work, didn't you? Not as a police officer, or I did in a roundabout way. While I was developing, I would give readings to some of the co-workers, and some were on one side of the fence, others were on the other side of the fence. And the funny thing is, I would have people come to my home, officers off duty, come to my home, have a reading, connect with some very, very, what's the right word here, very touchy, private readings that were so incredible, so healing for them. They would leave, and with the agreement that I not tell anyone they were at my house to begin with. So they didn't even want to admit that they came for a reading, and they wouldn't back me up and say it was accurate. Everyone acted like, it's never existed, right? They kind of went with the idea that he's crazy, so let it be, People can do what he wants to do. But they love getting readings, and they certainly did. Anybody else in your family have the ability? It's so funny. My mother had this ability, and as I would develop and certain things happened, even as a child, she would turn me down and say, "No, that's your imagination," or "There's no one else in the room," or whatever I'm, rewriting to her. And it wasn't until after my mother passed away, and my mom is from England, that I connected with some of my relatives over in England. That's when I found out she was a medium. So she didn't even want me to know. And then I dig a little deeper and find out her mother, my grandmother that I loved so much, was also a medium. At what age, Chuck, did you tell them that you had this ability? How about just the other way around, George? They told me. There's a cute story where, I don't know, probably about 7 years old, and my grandmother had come over from England, and she would do that like every second or third year. And when she would come over, she'd stay for just 6 months with us and then, fly back home. So on the very first night of one of the visits while I was very, very young, we all went to bed. And I come from a large family, there's 6 of us. And Grandma's watching us. Mom and Dad saw an opportunity. Day number 1, Grandma's here. We've got a babysitter. They took off for the night. So it was our grandmother watching us. Now I go to bed, and I start seeing all these images in the bedroom while everyone else is, my other brothers are sleeping. So I start screaming, help me, help me, help me. And my grandmother comes in, takes me by the hand, takes me to the living room, but she was extremely coy with it. She says, hey, you want to watch TV? Would you like a slice of this apple? And, really calming me down. That's all she was doing. Then she leaned in and said, why were you screaming? What was going on? And I said, Grandma, there were 5 people standing around the bed, and they were just staring at me. Oh, okay. And then, here, have some more. Have this, have that. Hey, Chuck, what did those people look like? And when I described the male, the female, and their size, and, the character, the features of their faces and stuff like that, she knew each one of the spirits. They were friends of hers who had passed away, friends of hers from England, that apparently had traveled with her, and for some reason knew that I'd be able to see them, and that kind of started everything for me. And she's seen them too in her own day. In her own day, absolutely. My grandmother was, from what I heard, was a very good medium. But like my mom, they only gave readings to their friends. They kept it quiet. And there were friends of my grandmother that went and, were out in the open with, I can see dead people and stuff like that. And those people ended up in insane asylums. That was their way of handling something that they couldn't deal with.
But they weren't insane, or they weren't?
They were not insane at all. They were doing what I'm doing, but society didn't know how to deal with it.
Just locked them up.
Yeah, they locked them up. And several died in prison because of it. There was this Helen, oh, you may know her right now, but she was the medium from England that when the Navy submarine had been sunk off the coast, the sailors went to this woman named Helen, I want to say Duncan now. I'll have to look the name up later, but anyway, she could hear the voices of all these different sailors, and they formed a line, she said, in spirit, that they would give phone numbers, they would give the names that the parents would call the sailors by, and all this private information, and she too got arrested and locked up. So it just wasn't looked at.
Was that Helen Duncan?
I wanted to say Helen Duncan, but then I wasn't sure if Helen Duncan was the actress, so, I had to...
Helen Duncan was a Scottish medium who was in prison for fraudulent claims of witchcraft.
Yeah, and if you...
That's phenomenal.
I read that one,
raised
some of the
their
things
quality of life,
and it wasn't...
and allow them to connect with their family. That's
Yeah,
priceless, especially in the last years.
you were
Not
out
back for
good
that
validation
endeavor
with
as
people
well.
that had died on that submarine, and the British Navy kept it quiet that the submarine had even been sunk, because at that time, well, put it this way, the public was down on the government anyway, so they were trying to keep it secret, and she kind of let the cat out of the bag. So she certainly made a lot of enemies by saying, the submarine has been sunk and these young men have died.
I think the ship was called the Bargain.
I believe you're right, yes.
Yeah. He was good at it in her day.
He was, and story goes that she was actually giving readings while in prison, and while she was in a deep trance, and I don't go into trance, she was in deep trance and was startled, and because of that, actually died of a heart attack.
How do you get into your mode, Chuck?
I don't even understand it, George, but I've been in public places where someone will say something and immediately I come out with connecting with their loved ones. So I don't even have to get into it. And I've had what I call reading on demand, where I maybe shouldn't say this on your show, but we were out having a few beers while putting up an outside structure in my backyard. And I was dirty, sweaty, and I'm not much of a drinker, but I had maybe 2 beers at me. And then I get a phone, my wife says, hey, there's a person on the phone, they really need a reading bad. Could you come in and do it? So it's funny to leave that environment, go and pick up the phone, and start giving a reading.
When we take calls later at next hour stuff, do you give readings to callers or just prefer questions?
I can give readings, we're going to keep it on the short side.
Yes.
Like we've done before. Do you remember cucumber, if I say that word?
I do not.
Yeah, you had me on, and the first reading can be the hard one. That's where I'm trying to tune in. And I, in my head, and then we had a truck driver on, and his wife had passed away, and I asked him, I said, does cucumber mean anything? So what struck me funny was the way you repeated it. Cucumber. Like, what the hell is, what are you talking about, right? Yeah, you made it look like such a big lost it. And he said, well, my son and daughter are coming over this weekend, and I've got a garden out back. They're going to teach me how to plant cucumbers. Wow. And you freaked out. You said, what?
Yeah, now I remember.
I was wondering if you did remember that one. You do so many, and...
But you're the only cucumber person we've ever got.
Okay. Well, that's a good statement. I love the uniqueness of a reading, when you can come up with something that's so unique, it wouldn't fit anyone else. That's what I like.
How old were you when you really started kicking this into high gear?
I would say probably early 30s, and everything just happened by accident. As you know, there are no accidents, but all of a sudden I would be driving my patrol car, and I would get almost like it's like trying to remember a movie. When you remember a movie, you might see a scene in your mind about a certain scene that, oh yeah, I remember this movie. On that idea, I'd be driving in the patrol car, and I would see an intersection, and I would see cars that have hit each other and smoking and telephone wires down, you name it. And I would go, wait a minute, that's behind me. I would actually turn my car around and start heading back to that area, only to get a radio message on the way. 24, we've got a real bad accident on so-and-so street, and sure enough, it would all unfold in front of me. It's like it was seeming maybe, I don't know, things that are happening in real time, but I would pick up on it shortly after, right after it happened.
Why did you wait until you retired as a police officer before you started using these abilities?
Probably because the day I got in trouble with the police chief over this.
What happened?
I was in my office. I was a computer analyst at that time. We were in a new building, and he sent for me, and I said, I'd like to talk to you. And the funny part of the story is I go into the chief's office. He's sitting behind his desk, and behind him is a glass, looking out to the outside, but in that glass, I can see a reflection of his computer monitor. On the monitor is the James Van Praagh website, of which I just been posted as a reputable text medium on his website. Okay. So I couldn't really escape that. I'm thinking, who ratted me out? He told the king, and that's a great honor, too, Mark. Yes, very big honor. And in fact, I'm still honored that he would keep me on for a number of years, like he did. And I've gone to see him many, many times at different shows. But when the chief saw that, he looked at it and said, he didn't know that I could see it. And I'm thinking, well, now I know why I'm here. So he says, we've got a little problem here. He says, you're carrying a gun and you're hearing voices. I said, yeah, I know what you're talking about. And then we went into it. And he said, people don't really necessarily believe in all this stuff. That's when I turned, and on our uniforms, the police badge, which Salem still uses, is a witch on a broomstick.
No way.
On the police badge, if you look up Salem staff police, their badge is a witch riding on a broomstick. And not only is it on the badge, but it's on the door of the police car, on the emblem. I said, well, we are in the Witch City, Chief.
That was the logo.
And that was the logo, and that's kind of the theme of the city. You know, we had,
Yeah, they frown on you doing meetings.
I'm sorry, what was that?
They frown on you doing meetings.
Yes, they did. Well, one thing I'm going to say, and I love the chief, he was a great guy. He wasn't sure when he went into policing if he wanted to be a police officer or go to the church and be a priest.
Big difference.
Big difference. He wasn't sure which path to take, and he chose the police.
How soon after he had that meeting with you did he retire?
I would say probably 10 years later I did retire.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I was getting very well known in the area for doing, you know, what I'm doing. And I really didn't do any cases other than because I was a computer analyst and I worked in special operations. I had free run of the building pretty much. So I would go and shoot the breeze with the detectives. But using psychic ability and picking up on, you know, not only body language, but body energy and stuff like that, when they would be interviewing different people for, you know, major crimes, I would conveniently go into that office and start working on the computer that didn't need to be worked on, but I could sit there and do my thing, tune it up a little while I'm also reading the people that are talking. And then when everything, you know, when the people left and, you know, the suspects left, and I've got a few minutes to kind of analyze, how do I feel about this? I would actually write it down on a notepad, like this one is telling the truth, this one's telling the truth, this one person wasn't even there. I would put what I was picking up on the whole time, keep taking notes, and then run it by whoever was handling the case. And most of the time, almost, I'd say 90% of the time, I was right on key with what I was picking up and what turned out to be the reality with the situation.
You gave a reading to the family members of Ray Charles, the incredible jazz singer.
That was a day I'll never forget.
How did that happen?
Well, it started off where, you know, people were finding me on the web, and I was on the Crowd's website, and oh yeah, there was a real cool element to this. So what happened is one day I get a call, and all she said is, "My name is Rabbi. I live near Jacksonville, Florida, where I'm at." And she says, "What? My sister and I would like to come over and have an in-person reading." I said, "Okay." I said, "At this date and time open. Would you like it?" "Yes." And she said, "My sister's on the other line to make sure I don't say too much." I said, "Okay, hello to your unknown sister. You didn't even give me your name, but that's okay. You know, see you on Thursday, 1 o'clock." They sit down, doing the reading, and I've got an empty sofa over to my right. And normally this doesn't happen, but when they sat down, I turn my head to the right, and on the sofa is about a 75-year-old lady sitting there, really finely dressed with a hat with around the brim. She's got that little veil coming down that you wear usually at a funeral event. And I'm saying, "Okay, who is this lady?" So I, project over to her, and I said, "Hi, are you here for the two girls?" And she said, "Yes, stuff. I'm their mother, and I went to the hospital a couple of months ago with pneumonia. Things went bad, and I died."
Wow. Pick up that story when we come right back.
The Coach website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coach insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
I'm Bree Pettis from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Prosecutors have dropped charges against a 12-year-old man accused of stealing a woman's car with her baby in the back seat. The man has faced felony carjacking, kidnapping, and child endangerment charges. They say they arrested the wrong man. He's since been free. All charges have been dropped, and police are on the lookout for the actual thief. Border Patrol agents have seized over 100 pounds of drugs in Marietta. Officials say that's a street value of nearly $500,000. The drugs and the driver have been turned over to the Riverside County Sheriff's Office. The Lancaster couple accused in the death of 10-year-old
Eli, you polluted No Wars her Twitter feed. How dare you? Oh, it's Leroy. I misheard. I'm so sorry, Eli, for accusing you. Well, then you can just get in on the information. No Wars Twitter feed was corrupted by Leroy. I have to get on Leroy for that.
We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In mid-city, Pennsylvania said westbound at French Shop, where the crash and emergency crews have all lanes blocked. Drivers stacking up right around Arlington. And in Arlington,
I'm not used to Eli. You changed your PFP, correct? You had the monkey upside down, and now you got the man in the cowboy hat, right?
There's a full freeway closure. This is a full 5 stop out from Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut off the road.
Man, they got me all messed up. I don't even know who's who anymore.
Have you been injured in an accident? Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you more. We are America's largest injury law firm.
Word, I'm the only one who's got my mug out there.
More offices nationwide, and more than $15 billion recovered for our clients. Get experienced representation, support staff 24/7, and much more. See what people are saying about us. Check out any of our more than 28,000 5-star Google reviews of satisfied clients. You deserve more, and we at Morgan & Morgan are ready to fight for more. Don't wait. Dial pound now or visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of a national firm, along with a dedicated team from your community and picked by us. When you need a fighter, you need us. Call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. For the people. If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe you've inherited a home, and now what do you do with it? Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told to clean and paint and repair, and buyers are going to walk through. The house has to be pristine, and if you don't live there, you don't need any of that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com. Exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call to DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com. KFI, AM 640. Can you think of all the germs that are on those Bibles? I just tried to explain why you didn't go to church last week. Because you're afraid of germs. You go to church last week? No. When's the last time you've been to church? 2 weeks ago. I'm glad you're keeping up with your faith. I'm also not afraid of the germs on the Bible. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. When the rhythm starts to play, dance with me, make me sway, like a lazy ocean hush the shore, hold me close, sway low, like a flower feather in the breeze, bend with me, sway with me, when the dance you have away with me, stay with me. Sway with me, all the dancers may be on the floor, yeah, but my eyes will still be you, only you have the magic technique, when we sway I go weak, I can hear the sound around me, long before it begins, make me feel as only you know. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Lurie. We'll take your calls next time. Hour with Chuck Bergman, and also he will do readings for you as well. A couple of his books include The Everything Guide to Evidence of the Afterlife, and the Stuck at Top. His website is his name, link up at coasttocoastam.com. ParanormalBase.com, that's the website to go to meet people who get you. 135 people to go to hit 156,000 signed up now.
We love ParanormalBase.com, and we'd like to remind you that folks 60 plus are waiting for you if you desire that maybe more mature person at ParanormalBase.com/seniors. These are folks that can relate and think to things that you do. So check it out, ParanormalBase.com and ParanormalBase.com/seniors. ParanormalBase.com. You meet the most fantastic people.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm going to be here.
Yeah, I'm getting some of your experiences.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and the paranormal. It's that kind of stuff. But you can
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, guess that's not your type of student. You should,
Yeah, good luck with that.
anyone else out, you can find a website for my unique interest. What is one of you?
Have you thought about ParanormalBase.com?
So, what the what?
We have a club.
I'm
Paranormal kind of club.
Yeah, it's
And it is very, very
ParanormalBase.com. It's a website for people looking for people like
difficult to
them.
mix to get.
Stuff you like. I'll give it a try.
And somehow when I got over this house, I was elected the new
Hey, I'm
president.
Deb. Your
Club,
profile on
and
ParanormalBase.com
it's
looks
so
very
it's
interesting.
so pissed
So,
off
you
at
really
it.
found yourself?
But like,
Yeah. It was so
but I was the president.
but not as offensive. I mean, you
You're an alien.
It's very
It's
funny,
but I kind of like it.
wow. This paranormal
I think I worked my website for it.
ParanormalBase.com.
I mean, my mom's gonna be there like, I don't know, 2 hours. I probably could work a little bit of a president.
So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site Inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code George for a great discount. ParanormalBase.com. You are not alone.
Have you ever wondered if we're alone in the vastness of this universe? Marvelous Entertainment has released the newest in science fiction that specifically deals with this question. All put together by Marvin Sunderland, certified film director, science fiction genius, video game developer, also the author behind the first of the 3 series of sci-fi novels that includes a 7-novel masterpiece, bringing out the best of your imagination, and he's working on more. Journey with the stars, threads, and wagons in search for a crashed alien spaceship that leads into an alien invasion, and brace yourself for the war that's underway. Fight with Sergeant Wagon as he tries to make the world better. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels when you enter coupon code Coast to Coast, lowercase, at marvelous.com. Marvelous.com. MARVELOUS.com.
I want you to feel good, be healthy, and live long. That's why I want you to know about CriticalHealthNews.com, an information-packed website that's enlightening everyone about good health via proper nutrition and supplementation, instead of promoting a failed model of toxic prescription drugs with their side effects and unnecessary surgeries that makes you worse, not better. Lots of people talk about vitamins, but only one source I know of says that without all 90 essential nutrients the body needs to function, vitamins alone will not work. Go to CriticalHealthNews.com and listen to the fascinating lectures, watch the intriguing videos, and read the articles that make a whole lot of sense. The knowledge of good health will increase and materialize into an aha moment. The information is free. The products you can purchase online will change your life for the better. Go to CriticalHealthNews.com or call 1-855-949-RADIO, 1-855-949-7234, 1-855-949-RADIO.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with Chuck Bergman. Chuck, we were talking about your reading for the family members of Ray Charles. and a dead woman appeared. Go ahead, finish that story. Okay, George, it was kind of strange because as I looked to the right, which is a sofa that should have been empty, and I'm thinking in my head, you can count about 5, and yet you let 2 people in your front door, and now you've got 3. Where did this lady come from? And what I want to emphasize, though, really is the realness or the pureness of what I was looking at. It looked like a real human sitting on the sofa, and I don't recall looking, but if I probably looked at the cushions, I might even see, they sunk down a little from body weight, even though a spirit wouldn't have body weight. I mean, it was so real. I can't describe how it looked like a real person. The only tip-off was when I could hear her voice, her lips didn't move. And that's when I realized, well, this must be a spirit. And I'm emphasizing this because in my world, that was one of the first and few times that the spirit actually manifested, showed herself, and it was so real, it was like a real human. So anyway, I had something now to talk about. I asked the 2 girls, are you here to talk to your mother? Yes. And did she die just a couple of months ago because she went into the hospital with pneumonia, things went wrong, and your mother died in the hospital? Is that correct? And they said, oh, yes, yes, yes. And while I'm looking at them, clear as a bell, I heard, hey, Josh, tell them I'm here. In this real loud, raspy voice. And I turn and look, and the woman is still sitting there. However, to her left is Ray Charles. Wow. He looked like, and he was even like a little sweaty or whatever. It's like they could walk over, and he was unshaven. Was he full of whisker out of his face. It was so vivid. Was he still blind in the afterlife? He had the glasses on, but he could, and that was done for my, so that I would know it's him. Yeah. But you're right, he did have the glasses on, and when he talked, he kind of tilts the head and look up at the ceiling a little. And I did notice he had on a white V-neck T-shirt, and of all things, he was wearing boxer shorts, and it had really the old red paisley design that it had back in the day. But I never owned them. Well, I didn't either. This was a design, the old red paisley, reddish background, the paisley design. Yeah. I mean, it was so clear, those shorts, and I'm thinking, why wouldn't he dress up for this? So anyway, I let it go, and he said, hey, Chuck, tell them I'm here. And in my mind, I'm saying, no, Ray, if I tell them you're here, they're probably going to get up and walk out on me and think I'm nuts. He said, no, it's okay, tell them. So anyway, I went on with the reading between them and their mother, and I'm ignoring Ray, even though I didn't want to do that. I'm continuing on with the mother, and then the one female says, you keep turning your head to the right. There's nothing over there. What are you looking at? I said, well, to you, there's nothing over there. To me, I'm seeing your mother. I can see what she looks like. But she brought with her someone from heaven that I guess she was a big fan of. And I don't know how she talked it into coming along, but your mother brought Ray Charles with her. Was she a big fan of Ray Charles? Or did she know him? Did she meet him? And then that's when the shocker, she said, she's Ray Charles' mother. We're Ray's sisters. Oh my God. And you didn't know that. When they called, the girl, I can give her name, she said, my name is Rabbi, and that was the only information, and they're from Jacksonville. That was all they gave me. In fact, I didn't think they were even going to show up. That's amazing. And yet, here we are coming through with that kind of information. And then the story went on where he told me a story which I relayed to them, and then they said yes. How back in the day, no air conditioning, and Ray was on Ed Sullivan and getting his accolades and everything. Well, the family didn't want the neighbors, well, the family and the neighbors didn't want the general public knowing that Ray's mother lived in a certain house and that had paparazzi around, day and night. So he would come and visit Mom under, the darkness of night and everything like that. But one night, he was at home, walking around in his boxer shorts and T-shirt, as the girls tell me. And what happened was a knock at the door, Ray was in the living room. The mother opened the closet door, where they put their coats and everything, said, Ray, you wait in here for a minute. Because again, they didn't want anyone knowing that Ray would visit on occasion. What happened to these two police officers with a problem in the neighborhood, they kind of like allowed themselves in. Again, mom didn't stop them, but they're talking about the problem. And finally the door kicks open. Ray says, air conditioning, and he's in the closet. He goes, it's too damn hot in here. I want out. So the two police officers look over, and there's Ray Charles.
They saw him too?
Well, this is while he was alive.
Oh, okay.
Okay. This was back in time, before he passed away. So that was the whole purpose of him showing up in spirit wearing the same boxing shorts, because it reminded them of that story of when he got kind of busted by the two police officers, in the closet, and he's wearing the boxer shorts.
He had 12 children.
I didn't know he had that many.
Yeah, he had 12 children.
He had people email me and say he didn't have two sisters. I understand one was, paternal, the other was like a stepsister or whatever. And I didn't even care. They just said, we're here for our brother. That's all I cared about.
He was married a couple times, too. It's an amazing story. And you've been doing this now for how long?
I would say, if you want to call it professionally, like over 30 years, 35, I guess.
Basically, this is your career now.
Oh, no doubt, yes.
Now, the last book I had was The Psychic Cop. Anything since then?
Yeah, I did work with a friend of mine. He's a writer, Ernest Paul. And he wrote a book called Paranormal Contact with Famous Celebrities. And I'm in it. Patricia Michelle is I'm meeting him also. But so the two of us gave information on envelopes that they were sealed with certain items inside. And we the envelope and say, hey, this is what's inside, and this is the person that it belongs to. And that's what the book is on. It's called psychometry, where you can pick up the energy on something like that, but either a watch or whatever, So the book it's a short book, but it's really entertaining on all the different celebrities that he had already had contact with. They passed away, but he had some kind of memorabilia from them that I could either hold or they were, in the envelopes, but I couldn't tell what was in it.
Remember when Johnny Carson was the amazing Karnak?
Oh, yes.
He hold that envelope up to his head?
Yeah. It was funny, yes. It was kind of token funny.
You don't get a phone, you don't get to go to the bathroom.
The thing is, I didn't even know I could do that. And this is the story even more weird.
It's quite a...
I knew Ernie, and I gave him a couple of readings, and he had been to a couple of the group readings I did, some of the larger ones. And he called me up one day and said, hey, meet me for coffee at a Dunkin' Donuts. We go in, we sit down, he set a box for them, and while we're having the coffee, he said, I just want you to tell me. So I went there totally unaware that he was setting me up.
He wanted you to fail?
I could see some planking too now, though. Some kid from out of nowhere been planking since he was 2. All he knows is planking. He's been planking in the street. He grew up in the alley planking, and this motherfucker comes out and drops like 24 hours on somebody. That's what I want to see.
And he opened it up and took out a matchbox which had the presidential seal on it, which some actor had taken off Air Force One many years ago.
Do you do remote viewing too, Chuck?
I've done a little bit of that, George. Very, very little. Wait, let me take that back. I've done it on murder cases. Yes.
You have?
Yes.
What have you uncovered on cases like that?
Well, we had one local one that's in my book, The Psychic Cop, that was really intriguing, where a lady had asked me to go to a certain area here in Florida because her fiance, who had taken in a homeless person, and the homeless person was living in a trailer on the property and doing, yard work and stuff like that. All of a sudden, her fiance is missing. So is the homeless person, and so is her fiance's car. So the weird thing is, she gets me involved. I go over. We're searching the wooded area, and I'm thinking all along, the wife's a pharmacy, and she's thinking the body would be in the woods. So I'm going down the trail with her and talking to her and everything. And then I get the voice, the wonderful voice, and I turned to the lady, and I said, your fiance has been killed. Yeah. He's his body is in North Carolina. That's where his car is, and that's all I'm getting to stop searching, stop going through the woods. So I gave her the information, we kind of said goodbye to each other. 2 days later, she gets a call from the North Carolina Police Division saying, we've recovered your fiance's stolen car, and we've arrested this man driving it. Now, one more thing I gave while we were in the wooded area, I said, I'm seeing a house. It's on a little bit of a hill. Driveway is on the left, and it's like white gravel going up. And I don't care about the driveway or that side of the yard. On the right side of this, that's where you're going to find your fiance's body buried. Almost kind of we're in the woods here in Florida. So that's remote viewing. That's, oh, sure. That's at its finest. So anyway, when they said, well, about the car and everything, she got a hold of the local, Jacksonville police, and told them the story about the reading and all of that. And because I helped on other cases, it added credibility. You want some psychic, right? Yeah, so what they did is they contacted detectives up in North Carolina. He goes to the parents. It's kind of weird that the car, was stolen, and they caught him driving it in the homeless. Happens to be where his parents live. The homeless. Yes, the homeless guy. So the detective goes out, looks at the house, driveway on the left, looked like white rock going all the way up. He's smart enough to look at the fence line on the right and notice fresh dirt. And the fresh dirt is what got him a warrant to go in, dig it up, and they found the body. The guy buried a body on his parents' property? Yes, he did, yeah. Yeah, I guess I didn't think of it that way, but that's pretty low. What do you think his motivation was for killing the guy? I'm not really sure, because the guy was such a good guy from what all the people had told me, and, was giving him a place to stay and giving him food and stuff like that. Yeah, and he turns on him. He turns on him and kills him. And in fact, right now, he was brought back to Jacksonville, and I just got an email recently, he's still on death row here in Jacksonville. How old was the guy at the time? What do you think? I got a guess at like 35, 40, somewhere in there. Pretty young. Yeah, and I was certainly old enough to know better. But I would tell that I've done remote viewing many times without even realizing it. Yeah. When we take calls next hour from folks, what do you need from them to get them a reading? Typically, it's because we want to, accelerate, the process here a little. I'd like it to be someone who really does want to contact someone, and I don't like hearing, well, I want anyone around me, because that kind of opens the door up. So let me know, like mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, spouse, but you want it to be of a dead person as opposed to something about themselves. Yeah, I don't really like doing the, even though they do happen, I don't care for doing fortune telling, the future stuff. But many readings I do, future stuff will come out. So you want information on a dearly departed person. Yeah, more than I'm really into the healing part of it. To get to hear from them again and for me to be able to give information, it's just very healing in the end. All right, so that's you folks when you call and talk to Chuck.
Have you ever known anyone who can about
all dearly departed friends, loved ones, and you'll take it from there for a little bit. Do you always make contact with the deceased? I was thinking about that earlier. Yes, and then I've got a little rule of thumb, and I don't mind saying it, is I can tell when a person, excuse me, when they're testing the system, and they're being evasive, or they're hiding information or whatever, I'll pick up on that too, because at that point I'm like a receiver, I'm wide open. And if I feel within the first 5 minutes they're playing games with it, I stop the reading, we find the money, and move on.
never had kids, so I ended up being for kids. But that was another time.
I don't even know why they're doing the reading.
But I mean, that's how interesting she was. And she got hypnotized, and she was touching everyone in the audience with Dennis area. Their watch, it was unbelievable. And then we were like, oh my God, you know what she did? And she had no idea.
Had to do with a lady locally and giving her a phone reading. And during the reading, I said, I've got a 16-year-old boy who died recently, and he's calling out for his dad, named Robert. He's saying, Robert, Robert, Robert. And Robert is a medical doctor. Now, I'm changing things around because I don't want to, identify the local person that did this. Because he said, well, Michael would be my brother. He's a medical doctor. He lost his son 2 months ago, and he lives up north somewhere. And I said, okay, why don't you let him know that his son is trying to come through? So have him book a meeting with me or whoever. I don't care who, but his son wants to say hello to us. He waited like 2 or 3 months.
I've known it to be very effective for smoking. I never used to smoking, but I know people who were my type of smokers have one session of hypnosis and have never done it
Get him on the
again.
phone, and I said, Michael, I said, usually I explain to everyone the way this works, but with your son, he's so energetic, he wants to talk to you so badly, I can't even explain everything. I said, the first thing he's doing, he's taking a birthday cake, the candles are lit, and he's ready to smack me in the face with a birthday cake. It's making me feel like there's a very important birthday either yesterday or tomorrow. I said, does any of that make sense? That's silent. And that's the last thing you want to hear when you get out of validation. I said, okay, then let's open it up. We'll cut off the whole month. And this happened in
Number
December.
33.
Let's take the month of December. I said, what's their important birthday? And Michael says, well, mine. Well, that was just funny enough.
We're excited when we had a date. The boss itself
Find
is
out
no.
more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
That's correct. That is correct.
On iTunes Daily Green Podcast.
That is correct, yes. So he is now the all-time Andy, all-time collector of the budget.
No punch of the poll. I shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to. Listen to iTunes Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Dakota Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Dakota Myers. Justice for you since 1972. Have you been injured in an accident? Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you more. We are America's largest
Ridiculous and wrong in
and that means
2020.
more than 800 lawyers, more offices nationwide, and more than
They really need to cut that season down so people want to pay attention to it.
get experienced representation. Support staff 24/7 and much more. See what people are saying about us. Check out any of our more than 28,000 five-star reviews at Black clients. You deserve more, and we at Morgan & Morgan are ready to fight for more.
Well, you're right. The statistics are LeBron James didn't go to college and 3 months ago to bar sport. So I mean, but the 3 months ago to bar have several extra seasons in there. So yeah, I mean, it's supposed to compare.
Call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan for the people. Big KFI magically appears as nothing but your beautiful voice. Tell your house robot to play KFI AM 640. KFI KOST. Here, Los Angeles, Orange County. You are halfway to the weekend already. Here's Jennifer Jones with your Wednesday morning wake-up call. Did you notice? We got private
Although it's not necessarily indicative of the storm that we have on the way because we have an atmospheric river that's headed our way. So it's supposed to probably start hitting Northern California and Central California today. And we're really concerned about snow in the mountains. I was just reading a story 2 seconds ago. I'll read it to you. Forecasters are talking about this atmospheric river and the way that it's going to hit Northern California. Apparently we've got some ski resorts
which can really see really overflowing with snow in the sense that he had no competition after him. He had the same kind of, so far introduction into the NBA. Everybody else had to go to the had to play college at least some amount of time, so nobody else had that spotlight on them. The question was how many seasons of our play. We played 21 seasons, and LeBron is in his 20th season.
As for us, we can expect the bulk of this storm to start Thursday night into Friday. I've seen a few reports now, kind of written just sort of around Robin. And some people are saying we could see snow as low as 9,000 feet. That would still be above the Big Bear elevation. So if you're concerned about that, or more snow coming in, that might not necessarily be an issue, but because we do have all this snow, and even in Northern California, that is considered mudslide.
Yes.
Because all this rain from the atmosphere where could melt that snow very quickly. And that equals some of the news stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. In addition to the weather, a judge in LA convicted a mom and her boyfriend of murdering and torturing her son, Anthony Avalos. The LAPD is trying to find the man who fatally stabbed a 17-year-old Mel Sereno. Then about a half mile down the road, he stabbed another guy. And then we have to lighten things up. Timmy the Tea, woo, is making the news, and they represent us nationwide. I'll explain. Let's start with some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The mom and former boyfriend accused of killing 10-year-old Anthony Avalos in Lancaster have been convicted of first-degree murder and torture.
Deputy Aunt Maria Barron said nothing will take away the pain of losing him.
I watched him take his first step. How to write his name, how to read.
Anthony lived with his Aunt Maria and Uncle David briefly, who said Anthony could have been saved and could have been saved, but DCFS failed him.
And we'll never get the justice that he actually deserves because he got harmed.
The judge said yesterday Anthony's mom waited until he died before calling 911. The couple faces life in prison without parole for killing the 10-year-old in 2018. The Sadler, KFI News.
We've got a picture of this next person up on my page, KFIAM640.com/wake-up-call. The LAPD is trying to find this man who's on the page who fatally stabbed a 17-year-old Mel Sereno, then stabbed another man about a half mile away. Now, the man was also on Valley Boulevard Friday when he stabbed several other times, apparently without warning. Now, the man police are looking for is Hispanic. He's got really long, wavy black hair. And it's weird. Kind of one of those beards that sort of sticks straight out. It's so long, it's kind of, almost moldable, I guess you'd say. He was wearing a long black jacket, black t-shirt, underneath black pants, black shoes, and a black baseball hat. But the only real thing that I see in this is that baseball hat has some sort of white lettering on it. Although I can't tell from the pictures that we have what it says. Detectives say the guy was last seen driving a black 1996 to 2001 Honda CR-V. Officials in San Bernardino County say road clearing efforts in mountain communities have passed the 90% mark, with many mountain roads now 100% passable. Major highways leading up to places like Crestline, Arrowhead, Big Bear, all were reopened yesterday. Sites have also reopened for food distribution and trash collection. Rides are being offered to people in Lake Arrowhead who need to get to medical appointments in San Bernardino. Speaking of San Bernardino, in the county, a 5-month operation has taken hundreds of pounds of drugs and hundreds of illegal guns off the street.
451 7-year rats, that equates to about 90 a month.
San Bernardino County Sheriff James Narcotics Division Sergeant Robert Arrieta says Operation Consequences has been doing daily and weekly sweeps since October.
We see 313 handguns, 84 of those have been ghost guns, 149 rifles, and out of those there's been 31 ghost rifles,
and more than 540 pounds of cocaine
cocaine, meth, heroin, and fentanyl. Street value in total is over $2.5 million. Plus, he says 26 human traffickers were arrested and 19 people were rescued. Corbin Carson, KFI News. When we come back, we'll talk with ABC's Catherine Falzer. The Capitol Police Chief, holy cow, did not like Fox News Tucker Carlson comment about the January 6th video, and we'll tell you what he had to say in just a second. Well, let's say good morning to Nick Kelly at TV looking at that drive on the 10.
Morning, JJ. I'll give you one first thing this morning to Mid-City LA heading westbound on the big Accent South Boulevard here. Seeing a wreck that has the 3 lanes shut down, and that's going to be a mess for you as you come away from at least western, and delays are definitely building in the area. I happen to have an update on this or anything else slowing you down. Time to 15 yourself on keyword is pickup traffic as you make your way south along 14 out of the Palmdale area from before the merge with Fairbanks Highway, slow going for you as you make way into the Accent beyond, looks like about, that's going to be the canyon. You will see a video as well on Fairbanks Highway before 25th Street eastern, you can do with the merge with the 14. And then, sort of 15 south, I don't know, I guess it's through this area. Still going for inspections from before Dr.
I don't think it's fine. Good, yeah, you have to bring this one to the
Kenwood and checking out your drive at Riverside outside the 91 cents. You look late already. First thing this morning. Guys, no,
you know,
my friend, I'm calling you.
506 on your wake-up call. Captain Falzer, good morning to you. I'm looking at this, and it does not appear that Capitol Police Chief at all. Fox News Tucker Carlson comments about the January 6th video. Can you walk us back and tell us what it was that Tucker Carlson said he had access to thousands of hours, or at least a lot more tape, I guess, than anybody else had, and he was given that tape by Kevin McCarthy.
Rabbi has
through a big bunch of criticism. But what did Tucker say yesterday?
I mean, I know what thousands of hours of video is. It's a lot of video.
That's right. So, taking up to step back a little bit, they've been talking about
how much is it?
Okay, I've been talking about this arrangement for a couple weeks now. So they're using this as a video. They're able to have access to. They said there was no work. Capitol Police on what could be aired. But he aired this so-called new video Monday on his program, and it wasn't very much of this 40,000 hours of video, or like nearly but of the trauma moments from the day of January 6th, timestamps, indication of when the moment, and nothing about actual the violence and what happened out there. Now, the Capitol Police is so angry about this and sent this internal memo to all of his officers because he says, hey, this is really not really important. He said that the program never reached out to him or to the court for appropriate context around the video. And he essentially called this outrageous. It's clearly containing multiple omissions. So he was writing to his officers who were there that day to, obviously thank them for fighting in the front lines. And then he said, essentially, that truth is on their side and that justice will ultimately prevail here. So, quite a lot of back and forth on Capitol Hill. And he by his arrangement with Fox and said he wanted to press. Now, you guys at ABC News have repeatedly, I understand, asked Speaker McCarthy
Mason, this doesn't realize that we're going to have a
why haven't you
the cartoons so that you can basically make them do anything. You don't have to pay royalties to anyone. And now with AI being able to generate music, it's basically unlimited, like unlimited data.
And that McCarthy is just giving us unfettered access. Then we requested that same access. There's on Fox and Public Center on his program last night that it was only after he requested it. I think it's worth reminding that media organizations.
I'm glad I'm not the only one, Mason. Thank you.
For since the beginning here, to have access to some exhibits that have remained under seal. So we're all about having access to the video and the transparency. In terms of McCarthy and an arrangement and why he hasn't given it to other news, he said that he will. That will happen, in this time. But it's not that easy because it's not as though it's just emailed to you on file. This is video highly sensitive that you have to watch in a terminal, if you will. You can't record or take it with you. I'm curious how that arrangement will ever come to fruition if it even does. All right, Catherine, thank you so much for your time this morning. I appreciate it. Thank you. See you later. That is ABC's Catherine Falter. And, I think it's worth pointing out, it doesn't matter what news organization you are. You're going to be upset if you ask for access to the video that you didn't get it and that Tucker Carlson did. And so, of course, everybody's going to be mad. Well, hey, how come we didn't get it? How come we didn't get to give you our perspective on it? So that's always going to be an issue. So, this isn't against Catherine, it's just as a whole, media in general is like, hey, wait a minute. Why did Tucker Carlson get it? And why did he get to put his spin on it before everybody else does? Because I have a feeling Tucker Carlson's view of it would be very different than if you had John Legend's view of whatever it was. And I kind of thought about this last night.
I remember the video. It's a sick video too.
Watching this video, everybody's going to have their own truth out of it. Now, if it was cherry-picked, as the Capitol Police Chief said, and inaccurately represented, then yeah, all day long that's a problem. However, if I saw the video and reported it one way, and then Catherine saw the video and reported it one way, and then Tyler saw it, and Michelle saw it, and Tucker saw it, is it going to be one of those situations just like if you had 5 eyewitnesses at a scene that everybody sees something different? I don't know. I mean, that's 40,000 hours of video, so anyway, I just think that, no matter what, there's going to be criticism, but if that is true, that Tucker Carlson did that, then that's wrong. And he would deserve that criticism. But we don't know. We don't know. We just have everybody's opinion of what went down that way. Border agents in Marietta State seized 126 pounds of narcotics during the traffic stop.
Agents say they found the drug stuffed into an SUV in all sorts of places. This one happened to be inside the door panel, all the voids in that door. They had utilized the spare tire. They had opened up the gas tank and were able to conceal the packages inside the gas tank. Border Patrol came in and Tuesday last Friday. Agents purchased pieces of the SUV and also called for drug-sniffing canines. In total, packages of meth and cocaine have a street value of $480,000. Whoever's certifying it.
LA County Probation Department Chief Adolfo Gonzalez has been fired because of the convictions at the county juvenile hall. Board of Supervisors Chair John says avoiding leadership starting from the top has allowed the situation to fester. He cited cases of kids being hurt and not attending school and staff being attacked, with many not showing up to work. Gonzalez has resisted calls to resign. Police in Burbank have arrested a man accused of sexually assaulting 3 girls at a high school at Burbank High School. Now, police say Patrick Nazarian got into the campus somehow Monday, just that there was a door unlocked in a student parking lot. Then a 14-year-old girl told police she was assaulted in a restaurant. The other girls say they were inappropriately touched. Nazarian was caught by school employees and held until the cops showed up. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk with KFI's tech reporter, Rick DeMiro, and there has been something on Facebook that is driven me batty. I don't have much left. When I saw this last night and realized how passionate I was about some stupid feature on Facebook, I thought I got to evaluate it. We'll get into that with Rick in just a second. And Sydney the Cute also straight ahead. Let's get your gut now on the 10.
You're only needed for the quality hours and making your way to what sound. Or past Central Boulevard. You're getting into such a GTA State Highway Traffic Investigation. The initial going back for you to come open watching the Middle Central Clipper Street from the top of the 10 Angle Street right now, from Georgia Jefferson. To the north of the 10, Washington, Venice Boulevard, and Pico are all looking pretty good as well. So if I understand how to skip their faster, I'm the calling street. To me, the most important word in the world is dignity. There are certain God-given rights to be fed, to have shelter, medicine, clothing. When many of our clients come to us, they face the great risk of losing much of what they have. In some cases, losing everything. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In one instance, an accident, a natural disaster, or the intentional acts of others can threaten our dignity. Whether it's the loss of a paycheck, paying medical bills, enduring a life of pain and suffering, or
or a business dispute and you can't afford to pay a lawyer by the hour. Your dignity hangs in the balance. You only pay us if we recover for you. Let my firm fight for you, your family, and your dignity. Call us for a free consultation. Dial pound wall on your cell phone. That's pound 529. Morgan for the people.com. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. If you like made people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive professionals. For a Blindster, if you have a tape measuring screwdriver, you can install our custom blinds and save big. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com. This is Michael Wolf Jr. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network. By drafting.
The Lakers got another big game from Anthony Davis in their win over the Clippers. They also retired House number, placing it right next to Kobe Bryant and the Raptors. The Clippers welcome the Raptors tonight. Neither the Rams nor the Chargers used their franchise tag before yesterday's deadline, and Bryant James' high school career ended with a loss. The Arizona Celtics summon over Notre Dame in a Division I regional final.
This was done by
Hey everyone, this is Michael Wolf Jr. introducing my new podcast, Dojo, tackling sports, pop culture, and whatever else you can think of. Download and listen to the newest episodes from my show, Dojo, the podcast with DraftKings, releasing daily, Monday through Friday, wherever you get it. On the podcast, Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deeper. Really? Really? That's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. A life storage system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filters that change ever. It's maintenance-free. New customers get a free Epipure antibacterial filter. That's worth $825. This ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSourceWater, taste and feel the difference. We have seniors to present Medicare scams. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never get out your Medicare number. They want to get your number and put in a false claim.
Just hang up.
How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly.
If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Control.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest GetRefunds.com. You ask a few questions, take under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that are CCP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the federal loan payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to GetRefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com, GetRefunds.com.
Social supports our vital part of child development, and they help mitigate the negative impact of stress. Keep your kids connected through loved ones, friends, teachers, grandparents, and coaches. This Tell Hopeful Moment is brought to you by TellHope.org. Life seems uncertain, but sometimes to be abstract, anxious, worried, protected. I hope my heart. Hashtag TellHope, 3 mental health facilities, call 833-317-7373 or WhatsApp at TellHope.org.
Our iHeartRadio Podcast Awards is back. It's the biggest night of the year for podcast fans. Get ready to celebrate your favorite. Head to iHeart.com/podcast awards. Check out the nominees for Podcast of the Year. Best Comics, Crime, News, Sports, and more. Tuesday, March 14th. Join us for our 2023 iHeartRadio Podcast Awards.
Under Decade, we're making things really easier. We'll help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save on both. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-Progressive.
That was
But we're getting more. A lot of this is out of our control, and we really want to stop obsessing on it. I got to worry that the warming temperatures are going to melt the snow too quickly that it's going to flood. You got to worry that the Colorado River is too low.
Thanks for the team. Every morning we're here. It's the Angry Morning Show. Angry H NFT. Shout out to our co-host and host, Manny.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back to your Wake Up Call. It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It is March 8th already. I'm Jensen Jones-Lee, and some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A judge in LA has convicted a mom and her boyfriend of murdering and torturing her son, Anthony Avalos. Apparently, they say that the kids also were failed by social services. The couple was found guilty yesterday of first-degree murder, torture, and child abuse that caused the death of the 10-year-old in 2018. Officials in San Bernardino County say road-clearing efforts in the mountain communities have passed the 90% mark, with many mountain areas now 100% passable. Major highways leading to areas like Crestline, Arrowhead, Big Bear, all were reopened yesterday, and sites have also been offered for food distribution and trash collection. Coming up at 5:35, we're going to talk with CNBC's Jane Wells. I definitely want to go over with her what's going on with Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell and what he said to the House yesterday, what he expected to with the Senate yesterday. Today he'll talk to the House. So we'll get into that in a second. Rich DeMero, KFI Tech reporter. You can hear Rich Saturdays from 11 to 2. Watch him on KCLA and follow him on social media at Rich on Tech. Rich, you are everywhere. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Jennifer.
Oh, all right. So I was kind of cracking up last night. I was sitting outside doing my prep for the show this morning when your email came in, where you have some suggested topics. And there was one in particular. I want to start at the bottom and then go back up because I was incensed. Years ago, when Facebook made the messaging portion of it different. So you had to get a different app to get the messages on Facebook. I don't know why that drove me so nuts, but I needed it to come back, and now it is. But not necessarily because I just bitched and moaned and they listened to me.
No, and I agree. And this was, I had to actually look up the date because it felt like it was very recent, but this was back in 2014 when they separated Facebook Messenger from Facebook. Why did they do that? Well, this was a time when Facebook was on top of the world. And they figured, let's separate this out because now we've got double the downloads. We've got the Facebook app and we've got Messenger. And now we can figure out how to make this work separately and get, people that may not want to be on Facebook, on Messenger, and vice versa. Anyway, it was a mess. And honestly, ever since then, I've never really used Facebook Messenger because I was so angry. And now, all these years later, they say, you know what, actually, we might blend Messenger back into the main Facebook app. The reason, Jennifer, is 2 words or one, depending on if you separate them or not. TikTok.
Yes. And so, which is the way to compete? Because when it comes to, I don't really explain more to you about TikTok, other than just watching reels and things like that. I'm a very casual user of, I guess, of it. So what is it about the messaging that was different?
That's what this is all about. Because think about it. You just nailed it. You said that you know TikTok for watching videos.
Right.
And that's basically all people know TikTok for. Facebook is a social media sharing platform. So their idea is, if we can get people watching stuff on Facebook and then sharing it to their friends on Facebook, they're already there, this is a much bigger play than TikTok. And so TikTok, of course, they have this amazing, video sharing or video kind of watching feature, but that's it. That's where it is. They need to build an entire business around that. Facebook already has your friends. They've already got Reels, and they now have messaging. So bring that all together, and you may see some more stickiness with Facebook that you haven't had in the last couple of years. Although, by the way, Facebook says they're very healthy. They have 2 billion users, and the rumor that their demise is greatly exaggerated. They said that yesterday.
Wasn't that also the thing that they announced that there were more layoffs going to be at Meta overall?
Yeah, it's interesting. We're seeing so many layoffs at pretty much every tech company at this point. And so, look, they're just laying things out, and that's the way it is. The economy is definitely taking a toll on these tech companies, and if you had 100 people in your department before, they said, can you do it with 50? And that's what's happening.
All right,
right, now speaking of tech companies, let's talk about Apple. And I know Apple's had its share of layoffs as well, but Apple seems to be putting out some headlines, I guess, that are factual in the sense of you can go, you may not be able to fact check what Facebook said yesterday about the health of the company, but you can fact check what Apple is saying about being I don't even know, the majority leader, I guess you could say, in smartphones.
Oh, to say it lightly, this is new information from Counterpoint Research. In 2022, Apple became the first brand to have 8 out of the top 10 best-selling smartphones in the world. How wild is that? Yeah, so it's also kind of sad. So basically, let me go over the list real quick. iPhone 13, best-selling smartphone of 2022, 28% of iPhone sales. Best-selling smartphone in China, the US, the UK, Germany, and France. Then you've got this top 10 list, okay? The only 2 Samsung phones in this list are the Galaxy A13 and the Galaxy A03. Jennifer, those are 2 super, super budget phones. So when you look at the rest of this list, it is filled with iPhones. iPhone 13, 13 Pro Max, 14 Pro Max. Just going down the list.
Because that's what I have. So I am one of those, I guess, who contributed to the numbers. That's what I have. It's the 13. But you look at this, and if you think, if you're, I don't know, maybe thinking about getting your kid a phone or something like that, if you still want to make it into the top 10 for less than $250, is when you can get something like the Galaxy you were talking about.
Yeah, there's really not much to choose from at Apple under $250, unless you have some sort of clear deal. One other note from this, Jennifer, is that last year's phone, the iPhone 14, the Pro Max version, it's the first time that the Pro version outsold the regular version, the iPhone 14. So I guess what that tells me is that Apple did enough upgrades on that 14 Pro to make it appealing enough for people to say, you know what, I'm going to go with the top of the line model this year versus just the basic iPhone 14 model. So kind of interesting. Apple, and also, by the way, they released the yellow iPhone yesterday.
I also want to talk to you about that. I love the idea of being color coordinated. I love, like cheesy little stuff like that where I can get, oh, look it, I have a yellow iPhone for the season. But at $1,000, I don't care what my color iPhone is.
And let's be honest, you're going to put a case on it immediately. Forget any color iPhone, put the yellow case, and you're good to go.
Exactly. That's what I was like. They were asking me last time I bought a phone. Oh, what color do you want? I said, I don't care. I'm getting one.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You don't see it after day one.
Right. I got an otter box, and it's kind of ugly blue, but at least I know that if I throw it, which I do, then it's going to be fine. Hey, real quickly, before I let you go, what's going on with Google and the I/O 2023?
Yeah, so all you need to know is they announced the date Wednesday, May 10th, and the reason I tell you that is because this is a big kind of conference for developers, so all the people that create software around Google and Android all come together. I got an invite. It's always one of my favorite things. But this year in particular, Jennifer, it's probably 100% going to show off what they're doing with AI. So this is one to watch, Wednesday, May 10th.
You know what's funny is, because my brother works for Google, I bet he's there. I got to keep you up this year.
It'll be good.
Its own picture.
It's all hands on deck. We'll meet up. We'll make the picture in front of that little green Android guy.
Yeah. Travis is in charge of, like, if you go into a Best Buy or a Home Depot, he's the guy that comes up with, like, the marketing and design. He's that guy. So you and be like, I think your Home Depot thing sucks, Travis. Here we go.
That's when you sell phones at the store. I just walked in at that store.
Right. So anyway, I'd love to hook the two of you up. I never thought about that before, but that'd be hilarious. Rich, thank you as always, and it's 11 to 2 right here on Saturday.
Sounds good, Jennifer. Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
You too. See you later. Bye. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk business with CNBC's Jane Wells, and we'll have to talk about Secretary Jerome Powell. He is talking to Congress this week. Yesterday, he talked to the Senate. Today, he's talking to the House. Interest rates, the Dow. The Dow didn't like what he said yesterday, so that's coming up in a second. Let's get a look at your drive and see what's going to buy in the dive. Better news for City.
Got tax clearance from Lane Street County tax investigation wrapped up for you west on the San Thermometer Freeway tax turns up Boulevard 3 right lane timely open. First thing that's going directly to the westbound along the 10th is going to be a busy one from the 4 west. There's still going to be a couple of times getting out the door this morning. We're to 05 west off the 6, the 710. That will be still going almost central, continuing towards the South LA area. In fact, especially going beyond the west end, as you make your way toward about South Boulevard in South LA and West Athens adjacent area. So if I'm the sky helps get there faster, I'm the Collier. International Awesomeness Day is this week. For what we call every day in the marketplace. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Toronto. Number 5.
When and Gallery, you can get up to $100 in diamond credits for the marketplace when playing slots with Silverboard Club.
Number 4.
Red Dot Gift Giveaway. You got handy cabinets here when you earn 500 points on the reward card. The 13th and 14th.
3.
Box the top, the Dion Cole live team test. Get your tickets now.
Number 2.
Lucky you. For bringing you, get $20 in free play and a t-shirt for $59. Select day 2/23. Call 888-Toronto now.
And the number 1 reason.
It's madness at Side Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall of pastries and golden bananas with college people all month.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo, good time for everybody.
So you and I have talked about solar max technology for years now.
Yes, listen, I did a ton of research back in the day. SolarMax is clearly the best. SolarMax is going to build a custom solar system like they did for me with the most innovative technology. All of it's under one roof, right out here in Southern California, Riverside specifically. They're going to provide you with the highest quality solar panels, inverters, and battery systems in the industry, hands down.
And you know what? Now is the best time to get solar because you're going to get more electrical production in the spring.
Stay big, call SolarMax, and their 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. The most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you want to launch it by April 13th.
That's right. Call SolarMax. Start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system. $99 a month.
Now, pound 250 undersell and say that keyword SolarMax. 50 SolarMax or visit SolarMaxTech.com.
Location is available on Food Credit, CSLB 9972448.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Since 2010, Blindster sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters to satisfied customers across the country. With 20,000 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Custom blinds at low prices and free shipping. Blindster.com. This is UKCN.org. Now you dedication to treat COVID-19. Proud to have a California deposit of public health.
Seriously, Mike, you're just justice for transportation.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for translation.
Well, but it is all wrong. This one.
The transmission is the most complex part of your car.
Is it
The
the song?
rest of the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fit. AA, AMCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and features may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
You only have to wait for 14 weeks to lock in the best rates on solar. Do it today at sunrock.com.
Stay by AM 640.
And I have radio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasting.
That's happening in just a second. It's KSI AM 645 everywhere. I'm the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. A 6-story office building in LA was caught by a man. The flames coming out of it this morning were impressive, to say the least. This is on Grand Avenue right here downtown. The fire was reported about 4 this morning, an hour and a half ago. The building is owned by the county. The houses administrative offices for several agencies. Don't with will soon be sold in stores. The frozen pineapple treat that you used to only be able to get at Christmas card. Oh, I was eating on that one. Joel says it's going to bring 3 Dole Whip flavors to grocery stores. The regular old pineapple, the mango, and the strawberry. I had the pineapple mango mix when I was there like a month ago. Holy, oh my God. The company is presenting a new product with Expos in Anaheim this week. Hey, good morning, CNBC's Dave Wells. Follow her on social media at Dave Wells. How are you this morning?
solid and have to go out in the car and do this. So I decided I'm not going to. I'm going to. So she may be waking up to this now, but we talk to you, Jennifer, because I always speak so loudly when I do this.
Well, I tell her I said good morning and thanks for, giving us you for a few minutes, and then you can go back to her and make her coffee and apologize for us.
Okay, well,
All right, good. Can we start with what is going on with Fed Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell? He was before Congress, and apparently the stock market didn't like what he had to say yesterday when he went before the Senate.
yeah, it can. Because he basically said the economy is still too hot. The inflation is still to be too high. And the only thing the Fed can do to contain inflation, try to, is to raise rates. So people thought, if they could slow down on how much it's raising rates, maybe put a pause later this year. He basically told Congress, if they stay where they are, they're going to raise rates higher and faster. And that's the only way to slow things down that they can do. That's in their toolkit. And so the market ended out with everything like this. They're like, oh, we're going to have it so long. So the stock market doesn't like higher interest rates because it means it calls for the ball money, the company spends less.
Okay, but in the juggling of we are trying to slow down the market, so we have to raise inflation, wouldn't the market like, okay, hey, look, we're about to become balanced?
Well, the problem is, the current rate of inflation is over 6%, and everything the Fed has done has brought it down a little bit, but not very much. Its target is 2%, which some say may be too low now, but that's what it is. And then they're saying that the only way the Fed can bring inflation down is to raise rates so high, so fast, that we'll go into a recession. And nobody wants that, except for maybe the Fed. The Fed may be willing to risk a recession in order to bring down inflation. But there's two things the Fed has to pay attention to: inflation and unemployment. And unemployment, while going up, is not a problem. And if you listen to Jay Powell speak, an economist post-graduate, he's never really talking about unemployment. He's talking about inflation. And it seems he's willing to risk higher unemployment and recession in order to bring down rate inflation.
All right, let's talk about something that did go up yesterday when it comes to stocks. Weight Watchers, holy cannoli, this company's on fire right now.
Yeah, you're kind of focused on the cannoli, which would not be something to talk about when you're at Weight Watchers. Weight Watchers has not done well over the last year. The stock was down by more than half. But yesterday it announced that its final company is switching to the business of prescribing medicine to fight obesity. And the stock in July was it. The stock was up nearly 80% in one day. Now, it's down almost 12% in pre-market, meaning some people may take profits because they went up so much. But obesity medications are so popular, I'm pretty reporting over to us. I think it's called Ozempic. Yeah, it comes to diabetes, but it's being used off label for obesity. It's a control of diabetes, but it's trouble doing that. So Weight Watchers pivoted away earlier from weight loss, trying to get more of a healthy wellness company, Oprah, so didn't go well. So this new CEO pivoted back to weight loss with this company called Sequence, and it connects patients with doctors to prescribe weight loss drugs. And, well, Wall Street likes it. I don't know, did you ever go to, my mom used to go to Weight Watchers. Did you ever go to Weight Watchers?
I never did that. I mean, I would see the commercials on TV, and like, oh, that looks great, but it never motivated me enough to go and do it. But I know a lot of people who did. I have family friends who did it, and I mean, it changed their life to this day. They still kind of abide by whatever rules they were given.
Yeah, it's sort of old school. I mean, I know they're going to hate me saying that. It's kind of also like Jerry Craig.
Yeah.
Sort of a different thing. So, they're saying, all right, what's hot? Look. So let's get into a company that will allow people to access doctors. And well, we'll see. Wall Street lucky yesterday.
When you were talking about Jenny Craig, it makes me think, have you ever noticed that I swear, if you ever see a Jenny Craig, like, I don't know, shop or store, I don't know what you would call it, it's always like next to a Little Caesars or a Domino's or something. I was like, this is not fair. I was having some sort of struggle. All right, I'm going to go to Jenny Craig to change my ways, and I've got to walk out you, the smell of pepperoni and cheese. Come on now, that's not even right.
No, you need to be back to like a smoothie store.
Exactly. All right, let's talk about all things Elon Musk. And I like that Elon thinks that he is going to be the guy who can fix the problem, even though the problem he needs to fix is one he caused.
Well, okay, where to start? By the way, we're going to talk about Twitter, but first, there's AP's reporting that National Highway Safety investigators are looking at 2 cases where people owning Tesla for steering wheel off. So that's the latest discussion this morning.
Okay.
Anyhow, okay, Twitter. Elon seems to think that he could get Twitter cash flow positive next quarter because it's now going back to something like advertising. He wants to get away from advertisers and have subscriptions. Nobody's buying subscriptions, so boom, advertising's good. That's the good news. The bad news, all right, the platform has suffered some major outages and gotten to what people there's been a lot of layoffs. The FCC wants all of this internal communications because it thinks maybe the massive layoffs have left it unable to protect users' privacy. Although I will say that the FCC was part of the Biden administration also reportedly wants Twitter to top up all the nation's
Everyone have a great day
who
ahead.
had access to internal documents, which I find very interesting because some of those journalists have exposed what appears to be an extreme pro-Biden bias at Twitter so much. And because the FCC now wants all the names of the journalists. That's just a claim that's very American. But finally, the real thing that Elon stuck at Twitter yesterday about is one of the Twitter employees laid off because Icelandic guy for all their story was thin. He created a brand new company, was bought by Twitter a few years ago, came on as the director. He also happens to be in a wheelchair and deals with MS, but, he's pretty well known for being kind of all over it, and I expect. Another round of layoffs is happening. He couldn't get into his company computer. Nobody would talk to him. He finally went on Twitter and asked Elon, am I still working here? Elon went after him. What do you do? And after we do, I can't tell you what I do on Twitter without breaking confidentiality. Elon said, permission granted. Well, explain all he did. Elon was like, what are you talking about? How did you help? And finally he said to someone else, the reality is this guy, this is a quote on Twitter, who is independently wealthy, did no actual work, claimed as his excuse that he had a disability that prevented him from typing, yet was simultaneously tweeting up a storm. Can't say I have a lot of payout. Well, that's what the guy tried to do the payout. Anyhow, it all blew up. He got to fix that. He had a video call with the guy, apologized to him on Twitter for misunderstanding the situation. And so the guy's not laid off, but may stay at Twitter. So, I'll give him credit for saying, hey, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I got the bad information about you. But it's just the sort of thing like that. Like, what advertiser wants to put those runners on that when you got that going on?
Right, when that is the knee-jerk reaction to some guy's tweet who just got laid off, that's when you say to him, not cool. Jane, thank you so much as always. At Jane Was, this is where you can follow her, and you can always catch her on CNBC. Thank you, and thank your daughter again. Bye.
I will. Thank you. Bye.
All right, bye. When we come back, we'll talk with ABC's Jim Ryan about the 4 U.S. citizens who were kidnapped in Mexico. 2 of them were killed. 1 was injured. 1 is safe. They are back in the United States. But we'll get the latest on how they were found. I want to get into that with Jim in just a second. Now it's back to your driveway, Miss Aliottini, and we're looking at 215.
As immigration in the Marietta area, definitely would appreciate a heads up. What is causing all this insane keyword is by traffic. 50 Townsend crews are really still going for you. Leaving Clinton 2 down to 15 shots on Third Temecula, especially for Rainbow Valley Boulevard, and really seeing those lights all the way toward at least Deer Springs. We're going for your drive now, and to make sure for the stop out. Actually, a 76 out of the Harlem Lakes area. That's all the Townsend work. So maybe this is all related to one thing, a part and parcel with the same situation. Northbound 15 out of Lake Elsinore, as you leave Lake, that'll be still going for you to Toronto right now, for about the house. Can you find this guy helps get to there faster? I'm Miss Polly. Attention Southern California, ViralRabbi is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM Deal. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. More than any solar company in California. No one works harder than ViralRabbi, which is free to call and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with ViralRabbi, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no
no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Want to save big on custom forward blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Stop Blindster today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick and mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at Blindster.com. This is the most champion, Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz. The Lakers got another big game from Anthony Davis in their win over the Grizzlies. They also retired house-to-house number, placing their weapons, the Kobe Bryant, and the Raptors. The Clippers welcome the Raptors tonight. Neither the Rams nor the Chargers used their franchise tag before yesterday's deadline. And Brian James' high school career ended with a loss. The New York Canyon Celtics Sherman over Notre Dame in a Division I regional final. I used to do it. This family takes turns turning heads. Brains, beauty, and athleticism. All they need now is for you to drive them off the line. The Mercedes-Benz family of SUVs. A family of unrivaled vehicles waiting at your local dealer.
Hey, always being judged at 2023 time for some changes at home, but when it comes to finding just the right appliances in your life, you're going to need my secret weapon, WD-2 Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in stock and hard to find appliances than WD-2. So to get that kitchen and bath done right, you're going to need more than just an appliance store. You need the expertise trusted for years, WD-2. Find the one nearest you. WDCappliances.com. WDCappliances.com. On IC's Daily Podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Someone uses your toilet and it overflows. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and for you? Hello, I'm John Napoleon, founder of Rooter Hero. You're hosting a party, the water's on the floor, and your guests have to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Rooter Hero Plumbing and my toilet overflows. Talk about being humble. Well, the truth is, it could happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-DRAIN-77. That's what I did, and our plumber was here within the hour. Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number on every business card. 866-DRAIN-77. That's 866-DRAIN-77. Yeah, 102-8886. We have seniors how to prevent Medicare scams. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never give out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number and put in a false claim.
Just hang up.
How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly.
If you check your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Control.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is our team rejuvenation, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments at $129. Another one is warm while you drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain snake. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice that it's fun. It'll air from your human function. ViralRabbi.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcast at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in. It's the best podcast. Become awards in talent, comics, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9. Considering an ED for yourself or your business? Consider the benefits of subscription. I'm Scott Speaker, CEO of Autonomy, where an ED subscription is like a lease but way more flexible. It's a debt-free way to get month-to-month
ROTHSCHILD.com. Portions of the following program will be recorded. I hope you're not on the road. Well, speaking as a personal injury lawyer, if I were one, I'm hoping you are on the road. And I hope live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming up, I have a story about a sheep named Timmy. And I love the name of the animal farm where he lives in Northern California. And Timmy is becoming a national story. And I'll explain in just a second. The LAPD is trying to find a man who fatally stabbed a 17-year-old in El Sereno. They stabbed another man about a half mile away. You can see the guy's picture on my page, KFIAM640.com/wake-up call. And a judge in LA has convicted a mom and her boyfriend of murdering and torturing her son, Anthony Avalos. This is your wake-up call for a Wednesday. Jim Ryan, good morning to you. Can we walk back? Tell us about, first off, these 4 Americans, we talked about it yesterday, who went to Mexico. The woman in the group was going for a cosmetic procedure. Everything went awry, and the 4 of them were kidnapped.
And that's kind of a long and short of it. It all happened on Friday. There's Latavia McGee and 3 of her friends. They rented a white minivan. They headed down to Brownsville, Texas, and over the International Bridge into Matamoros. McGee, we're told, Jen, had an appointment with a plastic surgeon in Tamaulipas State, down in Matamoros. A guy who's got a pretty good reputation on this side of the border. He's got a Facebook page, and people are always singing his praises as an affordable and competent plastic surgeon. So the Latavia McGee set an appointment. It would cost her about half of what plastic surgery would cost her in their native South Carolina. So thought it would be a good deal. But she and her 3 friends, including her cousin, Shelley Woodard, made a wrong turn. They got lost. They couldn't find the clinic. They came under fire. The gunman jumped out, attacked them, and shot up the minivan. They tossed them, all 4 of them, into a pickup truck and drove away. We now know that then Egendell Brown and Shelley Woodard were killed, probably in that initial gunfire. But Latavia McGee and Eric Williams survived. They were found yesterday. McGee didn't have a scratch. He's okay physically, at least, but Eric Williams had gunshot wounds to his leg. They now are back in Texas and being treated, and autopsies are planned for the other 2.
Okay, so they get in this gunfire. So was it rival gangs? I mean, I know that this was an area where there are drug cartels, that sort of thing. Are they able to pinpoint exactly, was it a mistaken identity? What was it?
Well, yes, these may not have been drugs, although the lines are pretty blurry between criminal groups in Mexico and anywhere else, I suppose. But they thought that they were human smugglers, these attackers, and that they believed that the people in the minivan also were human smugglers. That they're fighting for turf or fighting for smuggling routes, and that's why they opened fire and took these people, kidnapped them, essentially. Yeah, so that may be the mistaken identity, at least what the investigators and the prosecutors in Matamoros are saying. So that's your mistaken identity case here.
Okay, have either of the 2 surviving victims been able to explain why they weren't killed, or what happened to the other 2? Have they been able to give investigators any clues at this point?
Well, not that the investigators are talking about. Family members, if they have talked with family members who genuinely are relieved that their loved ones are okay, that they're going to be all right. They even Shelley Woodard with the gunshot wounds to his leg, but and it would appear, and if you've seen the video or the still images that came from Matamoros at the time of the kidnapping, the violent shootout, and not a shootout even because there were no shots exchanged, it was just these gunmen firing into the minivan. That it looks as though Egendell Brown and Shelley Woodard may have been killed right then during the abduction, shot as collateral damage. So that appears to be why or how they died. It's not as though they were executed somewhere else.
All right, thank you so much, Jim, for the latest on that. It'll be interesting. I can't wait to hear just from I want to know what goes down. I mean, these 2 honestly are going to be able to give investigators possibly some insight into the human smuggling world just because they were there. Now that they are safe, of course, it'll be one thing to tackle, but I also wonder if they can't share some light on what that world is like.
Well, I think the person who has some real answers is the guard who was posted in a shack outside Annapolis, and there was a guard posted there, with them, and apparently, and that person now he's the one who may provide a lot of information about the other assailant and also about this broader human smuggling operation.
Let's hope he's safe. Thanks so much, Jim. I appreciate it. See you later. Let's get back to some of these stories coming out of the KFI. A union says 40% of court interpreters in LA will gone in the next couple of years, making the current critical shortage a whole lot worse.
Of anything that I thought I'd never ever, once you left, I never could, even consider again. When it comes to it, and here it is, it's a beginning.
Violating the rights of the indigenous community of Los Angeles by not having indigenous interpreters available in court proceedings. The South County Court interpreters are a constitutionally guaranteed right, LA County Superior Court says, currently negotiating a fair contract with interpreters to ensure equal access to justice for all. This might be the most interesting segment I've ever put together when it comes to news. Coming up in the next 3 minutes, I have stories about golf balls, self-love, the toilet, and Timmy the sheep. I don't know how it all comes together. I don't know how it all comes together like this. The city of Anaheim is being huge a mobile home park because of a nearby golf course. So people who've lived at the mobile home park for years, they started getting pelted with golf on the course. Not funny if you're one of the people, obviously, who got pelted. The locals want the golf course to shut down the 15th hole and put up netting. So my thought is, okay, so this wasn't happening before. Now all of a sudden, somebody like me who doesn't know what the hell they're doing on a golf course is like, oh gosh, I gotta get through this hole, and I walk away, and there goes my ball. Not anywhere on the course where it's supposed to be. But people are trying to rip through this golf course so quickly that what their balls are going scream. I don't know what it sounds like anyway. A lack of self-love can lead to self-destruction. New study from UCLA says abstaining from masturbation can lead to devastating mental health issues. The No Fap movement began roughly 10 years ago, and it urges men to avoid masturbation to boost confidence, focus, and even cure erectile dysfunction. Researchers say men who fell off a wagon and relapsed with themselves, self-shitting, and in some cases suicidal, and were more likely to report erectile dysfunction. They say there's no scientific backing that it's good to deny oneself, and in fact, masturbating can be endorphins, with some studies saying it cuts the risk of abuse. Editor Carla sent me that story yesterday and said, here's one for you for today. And I wrote that. I should get that one to Kroger. Here, let me see this. Well done, Carla. It's an important story. I just was like, I'm just up for a new arena, and the team's owner is pumped. So there was a walkthrough yesterday at Input Dome, and Steve Ballmer, he's, taking everybody through, and he's, look at this feature and that feature. And then this just made me smile. How happy he was about the restroom.
Toilet! 1,100 urinals! 3 times the NBA average!
I love the people in back there. Woo! World is right, more toilets. Although any woman who's waited in that line is happy about this. So there's happiness. Ballmer says he wants people to enjoy the game and not wait in long lines. He says the 18,000-seat arena will feature seats with extra leg room and amazing views of the game. The arena in Inglewood still won't be ready till next year. And finally, it's Timmy the Sheep time. Not this Timmy. The California Sheep is one step closer to being in the national spotlight. His name is Timmy. He lives at the Funky Chicken Rescue Sanctuary in Jacksonville, and he's now a top 10 finalist for the annual Cadbury Bunny commercial. He beat thousands of other rescue pets during tryouts, and now it's time to vote. So, people can go online to choose their favorite
Still has my fan.
From the person taking a rescue as the Cadbury Bunny. Put together, it makes sense to me. KFI and KOSC HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. We got sunshine today and highs in the 60s, right at 70. Still more of the same tomorrow. The clouds roll in. We could see some heavy rain coming into Southern California. Of course, that makes everybody nervous about mudslides, especially because it looks like the snow level is going to stay really high, maybe above 9,000 feet. So that means places like Big Bear that are below 9,000 feet could see that heavy, heavy rain, and that could trigger mudslides as the snow melts. We need local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Jennifer Jones. Please, this has been your wake-up call. Let's get back to your drive now, this time on the 14th.
It's going to be a really cool looking drive through from well before the merge of Fairblocks and Highway coming out of the Palmdale adjacent area, and that'll be heavy stretches of going for you all the way through the Newhall passing to make way towards the 5, also 14 south on your Golden Valley. Looks like it's a carpool lane that's taken away by a couple of cars without any good, got an update on this or anything else going you down. Pound 50 on your cell phone keyword is saved by traffic. Ongoing issues for your drive in Southgate on let's just crash those with you right when you shut down now. We'll be still going for you. So before the 105, almost as far back as Road Stands Avenue, heading northbound on the 710. Because I know there's an option with the 710 north on the 105. Actually, it's pretty decent for your driveway right now. What's not looking so great is the 5 northbound, no longer Texas Spring. So before the 605, because we're going for you towards downtown LA and the 101. Checking in on Orange County, still relatively quiet. A few delays for you buying south up to St. Annabelle Grand. Toward the 55 on the westbound side of the 91, Riverside to Corona. You know the drill. It's still going for you right now. Stretches from Tyler as you head to the 240. KFI in the Skyhook gets there faster. I'm Nick Holly. To give you an idea of how much damage termites cause every year, Americans spend about $5 billion a year in control termites and repairing the damage. Now, we all know that termites can be destructive, but a lot of people underestimate exactly how much damage these little buggers do. Termites cause more property damage every year than storms, earthquakes, floods combined. And probably not even you get right to check to pay for the repair. So, a call to Pacific Coast Termites makes sense. They're at 800 Pacific. Even if you don't think you have termites, it's worthwhile to call and see it for free. And then they'll come out and tell you don't, you do. And when they go to work, they don't tent your house. Or you have tented, you don't want to go there. Call 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com. That's 800 Pacific. The clean, friendly way. Attorney Joe Cordell. Divorce forces a father to focus on what's most important, his children. You may no longer be a husband, but you'll always be a dad. In the divorce process, this comes down to 3 key concerns: physical custody, decision making, as well as financial support. Each of these is important. It's important that you choose a lawyer that cares as much about these issues. Each of these is important. It's important that you choose a lawyer that cares as much about these issues as you do. 1455 Tracy Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. CordellCordell.com. If you're looking to sell your home, you call the Seller's Advantage, and they'll make you a cash offer with no need for repair. The Seller's Advantage, there are no agents. They can close you today and they buy it cash. And they offer a $10,000 debt to help with moving. Check out their reviews online and call for no obligation offer at 888-321-IDEN. 888-321-IDEN. 888-321-2747 and visit sellersadvantage.com. Don't worry, self-happy. CRE number 0961658. If you're hurt in an accident, call the attorney at Suite 10, 800-550-200. News updates and the last dog videos, we've got them all. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and KFI AM 640. Yeah, I've always wondered about those accidents. I mean, I can use like no blood at all. In my case, I lost so much weight by doing a good win, my butt fluttered. I actually just painted an American flag on 4th of July, and there I am, with the fluttery leg. And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handle. Good morning, everybody. it's a Wednesday morning marketing. We begin Wednesday morning marketing. Hey, that's for sure. First of all, quick hello. Jennifer, good morning. How are you? I go, hey, thanks. I mean, we go to work, we retire, then we die. Okay, all right. There's some stuff in between, but not a lot. Wayne, good morning. Good morning. Oh, yeah. Segments on your butt. Yeah, exactly. No, we won't be doing that. Segment 1, the history of your butt. Segment 2, the social implications of your butt and the political controversy surrounding your butt. Yes, all of that. And then actually, butt's a big story because didn't that young lady go to Mexico for, the tummy tuck or a butt implant?
Well, yesterday, Jim Ryan told me it was a butt lift, but then I read another story that said tummy tuck. So now everybody's jumping cosmetic.
Well, all right. I guess it sounds better when you say cosmetic surgery because if you're talking tuck and or a butt lift, that seems frivolous. It sounds frivolous relative to the danger of course, what happened inside. Cartel. So really. All right, Michelle, good morning. Good morning. And Tyler, good morning. Hey, Bill, good morning. Good morning. It's a little premature, but I'm awake. Monday, I'm not going to be here. I've got a medical procedure. And what is it? On your butt. No, it is not on my. No, it is not on my butt. I'm actually having cataract surgery. I had no idea. I'm having a hard time reading. Up close, I don't know if you've noticed.
You've been talking about that.
I went to the ophthalmologist because I got cataract. So we're going to do cataract surgery and touch up on the circumcision simultaneously. Doctor is very skilled. And
It's so good.
yeah, that's for waddling and pain on Tuesday when I come back. Okay. There's Jennifer.
Get this.
I just don't know about your head sometimes. It scares me. Well, your butt.
Yeah, well, now, that's the other thing. There is, what was it? Neil always said, did your parents drop you on your head when you were a baby?
Yo,
yeah, I guess. Yeah. The storm coming in. Yeah. Pineapple. Bread coming in. Strawberry.
Oh, no, yeah.
And Tucker calls. What a story that is. God, I love that story. All right, guys, are you ready to do it? Yeah. Handle on the news on Wednesday morning with Jennifer Wednesday and we started. And it's no surprise, yesterday afternoon, the judge handed down the verdict in the torture murder of 10-year-old Anthony Abelo's mother. Boyfriend actually did the torturing, and probably the murder of his mother was complicit with it. Poor kid was unresponsive. A couple of days, he called in medics, called 911.
He waited till he got
Yeah, and then calling. I think just watched it happen. And the kid just landed on his head, knocked his head, tortured. It's beyond comprehension. The Department of Social Services, Anthony's uncle, Rick.
Like, he's so funny.
I don't think he'd
Right?
get fired.
He'd be like, oh, when you go in that guy's room, and he'd be like, hi, everybody. How you doing? You want to know my account? You want to see my account? I have my account.
also in the same area.
Yeah.
All happened in the same. I like what Deputy DA John Thomas said yesterday. You can't bring in stuff.
And we still have a Department of Children and Family Services. That's the most crazy. And they're like president without possibility of parole, so no one could be outside of jail. So again, hopefully they will have security. I would guess so too.
He must not. He must not. He will, because apparently he's also a member of MS-13.
So,
According to this
and those many people do very well in prison. They're left alone. They run the prison. In a bad life, right? If you're going to go to prison. So if you end up at Pelican Bay, yeah. should be terrific. Thank you. No problem at all. And of course, this was a special circumstance, so other than George Gascon was not it would be the death penalty. Although, keep in mind, and I know that we talked about the death penalty before, unfortunately, I've come out against the death penalty only because no one ever died. They're 35 years in prison by natural causes. They take millions and millions of dollars for the appeal. Like during the 50s, how long it took to put someone down?
Yeah, Drake's on his bitch.
So was it 18
Bitch.
Conviction, 18 months later, yeah.
He got his bitch is so fucking hilarious.
Now it's about 35 years. I think along those lines in California. I think along those lines in California.
A 17-year-old straight Asian with fatally outside the restaurant in El Sereno. Apparently he was waiting for his mom. But there's way more to this story. So, first the 17-year-old is stabbed by this guy who then apparently goes down a half a mile, stabs another guy also on Valley Boulevard on Friday. The guy who was for it, his picture is up on your page handle. So KFIAM640.com /Bill Handle. And what you're going to see right there is a guy that's got a couple of pictures of him. He's Hispanic, he's got really long, wavy black hair, long beard, but one of those that sort of sticks straight, is very long. He's wearing everything black, jacket, shirt, pants, shoes, but he's got this black face on it that has white lettering, and he was driving a black 96 to 2001 Honda CRV.
And you're going to catch him because the cameras could pull face on picture, which is very clear. And the police are asking, of course, for help. If you know anything about this, call the police and say, hey, I think I saw the guy. Okay, we'll be back in a moment. Jennifer, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A bipartisan group of senators is supporting a bill to stop foreign governments from exploiting technology like TikTok to target Americans. The Biden administration is working closely with the Mexican government to ensure justice is served following the kidnapping of the 4 Americans in northern Mexico. And there's a new kind of rocket that take off from Canaveral today. Relativity's Space Terrain 1 rocket was built almost entirely. The DKFI in the Sky Show issues on the 710 in just a moment.
All right, the decision to sell your house is no small decision, obviously, and probably held off most people have because it was just getting more and more valuable. Well, in those days, that's fine. Flattened and going down. So, okay.
Yeah, it should be like, oh.
I suggest directbuyers.com. Okay,
$4.
all you do is call them up. No one walks through your house. They're going to give you a fair price. Clean, paint, or repair. You're not going to buy it, walk through the house. You can't be there. It's a much easier in many ways. Well, I think a better way to sell your home. They'll give you an honest, no obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. And they'll never lowball you. Go to directbuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com.
Oh my God, I'm gonna die. Oh my God, this is gonna have to be like one of those things where they pick up the thing out of the ear that turns out to look like a needle. Oh.
This time those problems continue on the 710.
Spiders? You're sneaky, dog. This part reminds me of that fucking thing in fucking GoldenEye where they fucking shoot out at each other at the end. That thing in fucking Puerto Rico, that ear, that fucking thing that puts this. Let that motherfucker go.
Santa Monica Buick GMC. The free no-charge maintenance package with every new vehicle has been held over until Saturday at Santa Monica Buick GMC. Over from Nellyville, USA. Santa Monica Buick GMC.com. This report is sponsored by BlindsTers.com. Hi, I'm Kyle with BlindsTers.com. If you like many people, you may think custom blinds
This observatory
professional.
has the same kind of like
Tape measure and a screwdriver.
curvature as my bed.
Really? We guarantee they'll fit. BlindsTers.com. I am Kyle at BlindsTers.com, and I sell custom
Custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike Scotch blinds offered at big box retailers, blinds to blinds free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big.
Talk about golden eye dog.
Contractor license 1047.
I never thought this was that.
Homeowners save $350. Yes. Weatherby Rejuvenation. Where we help you $50. Yes. Weatherby Rejuvenation. Where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for $149. Another one is warm call you drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain snake. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice at better price. Get air conditioning and pumps. TCL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby Myers. Justice for you since 1972. Welcome to Pray.com's Relentless Hope Podcast, the show that will help you love your life, live with purpose, and leave a legacy of hope and others.
The true joy.
True world. Listen to Pray.com's Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Next show was telling all of the drivers of buses in the face of conflict. Right? Scale down the tension. Can you imagine that? You're just a bus operator, and how you have to make sure the vapor, gets on the bus and blast its throat. The vapor includes blacked out on the neck. Driving here. That's what a policeman is for. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Martin, we continue with Handle on the News, Jennifer Wayne News. Virtually all of the state highways and San Bernardino Mountains are open except for a 7-mile that is undergoing investigation for the possibility of an avalanche.
I know what's coming.
Where the snowpack above the road is flat onto the road. There's no homes there, there's no businesses there, but it could be a danger, well, it would be a danger to the road and the guardrails, and if it were open and somebody were driving through, obviously, it would be bad news. So, the Caltrans avalanche. Yeah, you ever heard of that? I didn't know Caltrans had an avalanche. Well, because we don't have one, I think, with Caltrans Sisters yeah, I would guess up north they would. Oh, they pulled one down from Sacramento, Yolo, and just that area. But they're taking a look. I have the coolest, a friend of mine works at Shasta Dam in Northern California. So imagine a snow-covered dam, but you got debris. So he and my 3 of the guys, I guess they work for, I told them about the Bureau of Reclamation, got out on a catwalk, and it was their job with chainsaws in the snow to get rid of all this debris that had been pushed up against the dam. I mean, like, I think that we have students doing all kinds of stuff around the state, probably who've never done it before, because we've never had these situations.
Oh, God.
All right, let's talk about this Pineapple Express. It's going to bring us heavy rain and flooding, so it's going to, as we were saying, start in Northern California, be there any minute now. And so even though more than likely this is a warmer storm, that's problematic in the sense of, snow, even in the areas where we've seen it. So still bring us snow in the higher elevations, in those lower elevations where it doesn't bring us the snow, it's going to bring such heavy rain, it's going to melt some of that snow, and that could cause much flooding. They're nothing like they were last year. If you look at the San Bernardino Mountains, which were snow-capped, I mean, it was all snow. Now there's spots in the mountain where you don't see the snow. It is not completely covered. And okay, like, because it hasn't been that cold. It's been in the 40s, it's been in the 30s, with no melt. It was gorgeous.
It's still quite a bit if you're driving 210 through, say, Claremont upland area. If you still need to see it, go there. It was gorgeous yesterday when I drove home.
Well, the two Americans who survived that ambush and kidnapping as they were crossing into Mexico with two other people who unfortunately did not survive. The two survivors are back in the United States, being treated at a hospital. One of them was shot 3 times in the leg. The other person had no visible injuries, but I'm guessing is going to spend a little bit of time under observation to make sure everything's okay with her. So if I have it correct, it's not as if the kidnappers took them and killed them. Yeah, it happened during the initial shootout. If you could see bullets in the van, bullet holes in the van, and the body of the van, the window, and you could, and it was mistaken identity, we're now being told. They thought it was other cars from another cartel, an enemy cartel, and they were involved in traffic. Too many people going in on a motor times from the United States.
We're going to talk more about this next story with Dr. Gentini coming up at 8 o'clock. But because of this recent kidnapping, it has brought to light how many people from the U.S. go to other countries for medical care that either isn't available here or costs a lot less.
Yeah, when we're talking about isn't available here, we're talking about quackers. Because every major medical procedure that is legit is available here. And there are all kinds of stories, but if people go down to Prudential, Tijuana, a lot, we talked about that yesterday. There is an enormous medical tourism business in Thailand, and it's world-class stuff, too. They heart surgery at about a third the price that they do here. And I'm talking about world-class doctors, and not third world stuff. They have these centers, extraordinary. So we're going to talk more about this. And there's some weird stuff. Remember Steve McQueen? He had that horrific cancer of the lining of the heart and ended up dying. He went on it and it's coffee enema. People are dead on it and it's coffee enema. People are desperate.
A friend of mine is paralyzed and weights down. He went to Switzerland for stem cell transplants and couldn't get here.
And did it help?
I think for a while, but I don't think it had lasting effect.
5 women are suing the state of Texas over their abortion laws, saying that they had actual bona fide life-threatening medical conditions and were still denied the abortion because the doctors said they were afraid to get in trouble. And I know you're going to get into all the details of this at 7:30. It's a hell of a story, and it goes very deep. Texas is very good.
It goes like that.
I'll give you that. Effectively,
went like
they
this,
say you can have a medical
and
exception.
he went like this. So the point is, for when you would go anything like this, okay, it ended up like this. Oh, it was just a bad.
Mikey,
More costs required in relation to the private medical cases. When you plug it in there, and then it was just, oh, okay, you'll be able to stay here. Okay, boom, and then it was full. Plug, and it got fall, and then it got plug. After that, I want to write it. So, I don't know what's going to be necessarily in this particular video. And I think this particular video. And I think there are a lot of people like, hey, maybe it's not smart to release much more video. Not looking for anything. There's no other stuff. You're and I am not
and it's actually used for transparency's sake. Not that but it's only for transparency. It's not for any other reason. And a lot more, and when you talk about this, you're going to see a lot. That thing is expanding and expanding. Everybody who showed up, everybody who was anywhere near there, as far as first responders, all getting connected. Well, I know you're getting into the details of this right after handling the news at 7. Tucker Carlson got in some footage from the January 6th riot.
I know all about that.
Kevin McCarthy granted him that access, and then he went on Fox. And apparently, well, you're going to get into what he did, but I mean, basically, he tried to downplay the whole thing by cherry picking only certain parts of the video. Just said, oh, it wasn't violent, there was no problem, look at these people. I mean, literally cherry picking. Now, they could, and that was a lot of hours, too. I'm talking about tens of thousands of hours it was released, where a family was at a picnic 4 miles away, and the whole thing was just people. Now, by the way, I'm not far off when I say that. That is not a huge exaggeration either. So more of that after 7 o'clock. The Biden administration is losing. It's the same policy, though, that the president shut down over the past few years because he wanted a more humane immigration system. So Title 42 is supposed to end in early May, and if the Biden administration decides to detain migrant families, it would be limited to just a small number of days so that the processing could be more quick. You know, in response to this, I went after, and I want to take a break. I was listening to one of the activists who is totally against any kind of detention, saying that these people deserve a chance, they deserve not to be deported, they deserve not to be confined or detained. Effectively arguing there should be no border. That everybody should come in who wants to come in. And that is an argument that's telling you basically saying the United States should not be a sovereign country. It's that simple. We're all one happy hemisphere. Happy hemisphere. I guess that works. Have a happy hemisphere. We celebrate that once a year. All right, let's go ahead and take a break. We'll be back. Jennifer, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A missed child has been declared in Orange County, and the child of a man accused of killing his mom and missing Dueño. Jurors were deadlocked yesterday, 11-1. The woman who was killed in 2021, prosecutors argued that Charles Motion held his hands over his mom's mouth until she died and put the body in a plastic storage bin. A hearing now has been set for Friday to consider a retrial. A man's been working at a property in Harupa Valley. He was fatally mauled by 4 dogs. The owner wasn't home yesterday, and someone called 911 to report screaming. 3 of them were Belgian Malinois which are often used as police canines. The owners turned them over to Animal Services to be euthanized. Producer for the Ellen DeGeneres and show will head to trial for allegedly not paying one of the show's dancers. The dancer filed a suit in 2021 when the show was still on the air, claiming she was hired to appear as a backup dancer, but then was denied full wages, meal, and rest breaks as well as overtime. The judge denied a motion yesterday to dismiss the case. There's a McDonald's in San Bernardino County donating food to people hard hit by the winter storm. People in the Crestline and Lake Arrowhead area can get eggs, milk, pasta, and other staples starting at 10 this morning. The food will be given out at Market and Crestline while supplies last. A union says 40% of court interpreters in LA could be gone in the next 2 years, making the current critical shortage much worse. California Federation of Interpreters, Begonia DeSalvo, says there are 200 languages spoken in LA and everyone deserves their day in court. The president should be a court is violating the rights of the indigenous community of the president by not having indigenous language interpreters available are a constitutionally guaranteed right. And TikTok has introduced something that can make people money. The so-called series feature will allow some users to share longer videos that are available for purchase behind the paywall. Each series can include up to 80 views with lengths up to 20 minutes. Creators will also be able to select the price of their stuff. This is the latest move TikTok is taking to compete with YouTube, which is known for its work at first, but will open up applications for others to enroll in the near future. That remarks. We'll get a look at a dive of VKFI in the time before Racers won over the Memphis Grizzlies 112-103 on a night when the team retired former Grizzly and Laker Paul Gasol's jerseys. Here he is thanking one particular person. You'll probably be able to tell who he's talking about from the reaction of the crowd.
I can't go on without talking about the person and the face that I don't see. The brother that elevated me, inspired me, challenged me to be a better player, to be a better man overall.
The Clippers get the Toronto Raptors at 7, and that's live on AM 570 LA Sports. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports.
How much do you think your home is worth now? Well, whatever it is, it's not going to be worth that much next year or the next few years. The property values, well, it's not quite. So if you were thinking about taking money out of your house, now I would think it's a good time to pull the trigger. So if you're looking for $75,000 or more, borrowing against the equity, let me tell you about HMS Capital. I'm a big fan. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital over the years, so I know how they work. And whether you want to consolidate debt or home improvements or college, really doesn't make much difference. Like your call, HMS Capital, I believe, is the best solution out there. No appraisal, credit report fees. Call 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. That's hmscapital.com. So now, weather from KFI, we actually have a mostly sunny day ahead. Today and tomorrow, highs are going to be in the 60s, maybe even pushing right at 70. But then a change comes on Thursday. That's when we have more clouds rolling in. And it looks like the Pineapple Express, the northern and southern parts of our state, snow level, though, should stay above 9,000 feet. Right now it is 44 in Yorba Linda, 47 in Newport Beach. Let's go with your drive with DKFI in the Stagnus going back to the 405. This one's in the Valley, South on side, coming out of Mission Hills off of Devon Tire. Still going for great for sunset in the 101 towards the 405. Got an update of something slowing you down. Time to picking yourself on the keyword. It's State High Trip, west on side of the 10K. Monmouth Freeway coming off the 60 west on. That will be a busy one for you, leaving a little rain as you continue through downtown in Mid-City. Now on the west side of the 405. So if I'm the sky helps get you there faster, I'm just telling you, the check is good, the experience is smooth, and the reviews online are wonderful at GiveMeTheVin.com. They don't call us America's Best Car Buyers no more. They'll let your car. Spring's busy here soon, so start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology. Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th. Now pound 250 and say SolarMax, so go to SolarMaxTech.com. Represent Regular Food Credit Case will be in 972 boys. Fresh steelhead trout, wild caught salmon fillets, smothered in garlic lemon butter sauce. Succulent shrimp sausage, crispy hand-battered cod fillets, and tender shrimp tacos topped with cool veggies for a bit of crunch. It's quick season, and you have so many choices of Peter Bucket. Fresh seafood packets, Torpedo Circle Market, wild caught fish fillets, and plant-based toasties for a Peter Brothers trend. Stop in today and grill some tonight. Peter Brothers Market. Fresh, affordable, community first. You've heard the saying, "Teen wise, time through it," right? It means you do something that saves you a little bit right now, pennies, but then ends up costing you big time in the end. Now, this is Leland Smith, founder of Zero Camping Plumbing, Heating, and AC. And we see this all the time. People putting off cleaning up their gutters because they don't want to take the time to spend the money to get it done. So that only takes about 90 minutes and costs just $88. Because just pennies because of the huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your first thing done. Now also save money on your energy bills, and your system will last longer. Don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Call Service Champions for a prescription furnace tune-up today. Our number is 833-777-7777. Or find us online at servicechampions.com. For official rules and more information about contests of this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. More stimulating. Download the free Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. KFI AM 640 handle here. Wednesday morning, March 8th. Good morning, and let's do it. More handle on the news. Jennifer Wayne Neal. European Union not so united as to what's going on in France, where the government wants to raise the retirement age from 62 to 64 so they can preserve their, pension system. And the French people are not having it. They say it's terrible and awful and it shouldn't happen and it's wrong and unfair and
And by the way, that they actually work very, very hard when they work. Because of course they have a lot of paid holidays. Yeah, 35-hour work week, yeah. Or something else. There is data, legitimate data to say French worker productivity is higher than in Germany and only a little bit less than here in America. In any event, the rest of Europe, you might expect the rest of Europe to go, yes, you shouldn't wait for retirement. The rest of Europe is like, you babies. You guys are getting babies. Now, here's the statistics. The productivity, is that per hour? Or is that overall productivity? Because per hour, output per hour. Well, okay, so how much output can you work with, well, it used to be a 22-hour week. And then there was a huge fight against that. And 4.5 months vacation by law, right? They just don't work. And maternity and paternity leave until, well, for the French Jews, until the kid is bar mitzvahed. And for the Hispanic friends, it's a teaching era. So they get a couple of extra years of paternity and maternity leave. It's crazy in France. Also, you can't hire anybody because if you hired someone, it's a lifetime. No one can get fired in France. It's insane. So, it's a good place to work. But it's actually a good place not to work. And that's where you want to not work. It's great.
Where you did not want to be was in Van Nuys after a man was accused of stealing this woman's car with her baby in the back seat. But yesterday, they dropped the charges against this 25-year-old guy. Why? Because based on video evidence they saw in the LA County DA's office, the defendant was not actually the suspect.
Oh, that'll do it. Yeah, and so off you go. And then there's a lawsuit, and all they have to do is prove good faith. You know, here's the reason why, and the case is over. You know, and then some lawyer will take it out and start suing, and what's going to go no place.
What is, yeah, I was going to ask, what is the repercussion monetary?
It's pretty good. No, if they have good faith, no, show me that they don't have good faith. If they have good faith, the case is over. Oh, it's just they like, right, yeah, no, but if the case is solid, I think that's where Jennifer's going. If there is a solid case, well, it's the debt. Probably in the tens of thousands of dollars, depending on how long. If someone's been arrested and is in jail for 4 hours, there's nothing there. Now, if you're in jail for a week, then that gets a little problematic for the county or the state, depending on who's really good cases for arresting. So there's a job opening at the Los Angeles County Probation Department, and boy, talk about going in at the top of the ladder. The county has fired the chief of that department, Adolfo Gonzalez, a unanimous vote by the Board of Supervisors. This brings to an end about a 2-year term on his part. To be fair to him, he inherited many problems, but apparently was not able to stay out with any of them. You should go during his time there. You have a lot of experience in probation. I don't. This is one of the few times where I will, and I'll talk to it, have like an elitist snob attitude. Okay? Federal stuff, LA County stuff, near that. Good point. Oh, interesting story.
So I think it was it Hamilton Beach, Newport Beach, that we did a story recently about which city it was that would not be flying the LGBTQ pride flag, right? LA County, however, will fly the LGBTQ progress pride flag for the first time starting in June. The LA County Board of Supervisors Services Department yesterday to start flying the county flag along with the pride flag wherever American and California flags fly.
You know, I have a question about this, and that is, well, I tried to look it up. Is the LGBTQ Pride Day, is that a holiday that, in fact, has been officially declared or voted on by the County Board of Supervisors? I don't know. No, it's not. It's Pride Month. All right, Pride Month. Is that an official month? Pride Month. Okay. It's not a government. Okay, so with that, let me ask you this. For National Hamburger Month, which is legitimate
Do we have a flag that shows a Big Mac on it? If you happen to be a McDonald's franchiser. What franchisee? I suppose they're both legitimate, but one is clearly more legitimate than the other. So let's talk about legally. If you have, literally, let's say you're part of a group, and there's a National Peace Month Day. So these are declared, and there's holidays all over the place. Why is it limited? And by the way, I'm fine with Pride Month flag. I think it's great. I just would like that it be inclusive for everybody else. How do you mean? Well, other celebrations of like Hispanic Day, right? Black History Month, where you show a flag that has some indication of Black history. You want a flag for every? I would, yeah. It's a great deal. Okay, it's good for the goose, the gay goose. Then it's good for the gay standard or the non-gay. Well, the thing here though is the city, or in this case the county, gets to decide. Because they're allowed to have their own free speech. That's why Huntington Beach was the time they said, yes, we're only going to fly these flags and no other flags. They get lost. Okay, fair enough. Gay Beach. Boy, there's a group. Okay, let's take a break. We'll be back. Jennifer Jones Lee live in the KFI 24-hour news.
We are keeping an eye on this storm that's about to hit California. Forecasters say the atmospheric river is now on track to hit northern and central California by tomorrow and then continue for all of us through the weekend. Pope Francis is denouncing violence against women while advocating for equal pay and opportunities. 5 more teams punched their ticket to the NCAA tournament last night, so we've got now let's see, what was it? Gonzaga, Oral Roberts, Northern Kentucky, Charleston, all got qualifying bids to the big dance after winning their conference tournament. We'll get a look at your drive. It's SoCal weather from KFI. Looks like we've got cloudy start to the morning, more sunshine weather in the day, has to be in the 60s. This report is brought to you by Limester.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Mike O'Brien, good morning.
Good morning, Jennifer. It looks like a tough drive already building up on the 91. If you're living in Orange County out of the Woodland Empire, 91 westbound breaks down from Tyler to Magnolia. It'll loosen up a bit for a mile or so, and then back on the brakes from the 15th degree over in Orange County. Now the 210 westbound on the brakes now from pretty much the 57 into Arcadia. That's a little good 57 into Arcadia. That's a little good pocket, but few and far between. The 10 westbound on the brakes now from Villa Verde, most of the way to the 605 through West Covina. When trouble now on the 110 into downtown Los Angeles. The 110 westbound, I could say, right at the 10, actually clearing up the middle lanes, and that's already 3 trucks from the 105. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blinds.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blinds blinds were custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blinds.com. This report is sponsored by iHeartAdvertising.com. Is it getting hard to find new customers? As the #1 audio company in America, we can help you grow your business at a fraction of the cost. Get started today by visiting iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. A light source is to be filtered and delicious water straight from every tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filter system ever. It's maintenance free. New customers get a free Aquapure antibacterial filter. that's worth $825. This ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Lightsource Water, taste and feel the difference. International Awesomeness Day is this week, or what we call Every Day in the Marketplace. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
Home and Dine. You can get up to $100 in dining credits for the marketplace when playing shops with Silver Boys cards.
Number 4.
Red Gun Gift Giveaway. Now, County Calculator, when you earn 500 points on the rewards card. The 13th and 14th.
3.
Buster Truck, the Dion Cole Live 210. Get your tickets now.
Number 2.
Lucky you. A day with you, get $20 in free play and a t-shirt for $99. Select days through the 23rd. Call 888-MORONGO now.
And the number 1 reason.
It's Madness at
time for everybody. I realized the complexities of the human body and its ability to heal itself. After orthopedic surgeon Dr. John Herzog talking about regenerative medicine at UC Connect. It's a very well thought out process, and they use it in all the professional teams around the world. Regenerative medicine uses healing agents from your own body, like blood or bone marrow, highly concentrated. You can facilitate healing. At UC Connect, they are the nation's leader in this exciting field of medicine. Lasting pain relief. People are very happy to have an opportunity to get better without going through the entirety of a medical procedure. The old ways of dealing with joint pain are no longer the only way. Learn more about regenerative options that can help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-8. That's 213-997-8. 213-997-8. Watch Top Star Battle on Kinetics Channel at the sports biggest event, the PNC Paribas Open of Indian Wells, California. Exclusive daily live coverage at 10 a.m. through March 19th on Kinetics Channel.
Again, half of workers battling cancer choose to hide their condition from their employer. It's time for those in charge to take charge. Together, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center and Publicis Group are urging companies worldwide to take a stand and pledge to help create a more open, supportive, and recovery-forward culture at work. Half of us will get cancer during our lifetime, but we all have a role to play. Sign the pledge today at workingwithcancerpledge.com and follow hashtag WorkingWithCancer on social media.
Old boys, sit down, be quiet. We have just hamstrung our own children by doing this. Then these kids become victimized by social media, by other kids, and basically drawn to target weaker kids because we're animals that the human beings are. Staring at it, and then we don't do anything to help protect them. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the IR. AM 640, Bill Handle here on Wednesday, March 8th. Hey, March 2. All right, we're going to handle on the news with Jennifer Jones, Lee, Wayne, and me. Who will wear number 16 for the Lakers next season? Nobody, because they have retired that number. It's Al Gasol, who was at Crypto.com. I heard that. He made that place for a second. Arena for a Grizzlies retiring his jersey, and it's interesting because he also played for the Grizzlies. So both of the teams there he had played for, and it was pretty touching. And I don't know how many people, I didn't really know the depth of the connection between Al Gasol and Kobe Bryant. I mean, I knew that they were colleagues and got along great and all of that, but they really had a very special relationship. And here is what Al Gasol said about Kobe Bryant last night until we were interrupted by this. So I can't go on without talking about the person in the face that I don't see. The brother that elevated me, inspired me, challenged me to be a better player, just to be a better man overall. He started standing Kobe. You know, Kobe predicted this. When he was, remember when he won the Oscars for that short year basketball? Yeah. It was at the Oscar ceremony back then. I think it was 2018. He was talking about, someday his Al Gasol's jersey's going to be right next to mine, up in the rafters. And he was 100% correct. All right. I don't know if anybody else laughed as hard as I did yesterday when the soundbite started coming out on the news about this. So yesterday is the final deal being was put into place for the Clippers arena, right? And that's a pretty awesome feat. And you had Steve Ballmer, of course, the owner. You've got all the media with him, and he's trying to show him, look, over here we have this, and over here we have that. Well, then he started talking about this of the arena, and he starts talking about the bathroom. And he's talking about how awesome this is, that now the arena has all these incredible bathrooms, and it was with so much fervor. Toilets! 160 toilets! And it was with so much fervor. Toilets! 160 toilets! 3 times the NBA average! So nobody has to wait around the other day. Well, he is so delightfully insane Probably one of the best things about the basketball world, certainly the NBA. I mean, just his enthusiasm. He's like a little kid, too. But he's very, very proud of the iHeart. So, first of all, don't do well with it. No, they do not do well. Well, you would do well with Urinal so much here. Well, I don't know that. But we do not do well with Urinal. Broken half the time. How long did you guys have to use our bathroom? A while. Yeah, I know the guy, please, remember that? Yeah, sit down, please aim. We need to bomber in the building. Now, when I grew up, having a house full of all girls, I had no idea what a toilet seat up even looked like. Okay. Hey, delightfully insane. What does that sound like? That's why you like Steve Ballmer so much. True. Because he's good. Yes. Okay, the LA City Council was supposed to vote on whether to accept a donation of one of these, quote, dog robots, because they kind of look like a dog, if you really want to think they look like a dog. $278,000 robot which could do things like get out if there's a bomb somewhere instead of sending a person in there into that kind of danger. And it's so controversial because people, they think it's part of a big over-militarized police station. And whether to allow the LAPD to accept the donation for the LA Police Foundation, and they decided to wait and put off the vote. Now I understand it's a little controversial. How can it be this controversial? How can it be controversial at all? They already have robots. They have bomb robots that go in and actually go in and grab bombs. They have all this. I don't understand where the controversy here. This is non-lethal. It's not weaponized. It's just, let's get rid of helicopters. Let's get rid of anything that somehow interferes with your privacy. And at that meeting, people were screaming. Not one person stood up to defend it. They were all yelling about this is horrible. The police didn't have this equipment. It's militarized. Well, yeah, guns militarized, so the cops shouldn't have guns. I mean, you can go on and on and on. People are just completely. I hate police. That's it. It's that simple. If it is for the police, it is bad. Matter of fact, there's a move out there to outlaw powdered sugar donuts. You can't have it. Good Lord. Actually, I'll agree on toilets. I think they can. Yes. Crazy. I mean, it's, I can say another thing. But it is. And this one's called Board. And it is Blackout Rage Challenge. So these brilliant kids going to college, specifically at the University of Massachusetts, 28, almost, I guess it was 30 college students, 28 different ambulances had to be sent to parties off campus over the weekend where these kids were participating in these board drinking challenges. So what it is, you mix No. You mix booze. That's on booze with other stuff. Okay. And then you just and all plus other things. And I don't want because somebody will do it and some lawyer will pull tape of the broadcast and go, benefit sounds good, the recipe. And now the title is done. I think I have one more. One more story? Or one more hippo. Oh yeah, we're doing hippos. Well, they have a problem in Colombia with the hippos. Escobar was the big head of the Medellin cartel. He got 4 hippos from Africa. Well, they're not sure if they came from Africa. The big head of the Medellin cartel. He got 4 hippos from Africa. Well, they're not sure if they came from Africa or the U.S., but he got 4 hippos because he already had elephants and giraffes and antelopes. Anyway, and now these hippos went out in the wild and they started making more hippos. And now they got all these hippos that are an invasive species tooling around the country. And they're saying if they don't do something about it, they could destroy big parts of the country. So they have organized hunts in some cases to get some of these. But now what they want to do, they want to round up a bunch of these hippos and deport them to
hippo sanctuaries. There's one in India and there's one in Mexico, and they are going to send those hippos and how it's there. And activists are already decrying whether or not they will be detained. I would like where they are. Yeah, wait till one of these hippos eats half of an activist's family and see if that activist is still saying, let's keep those hippos. I don't think so. What again were they doing, Lane? In the wild? I don't remember how it was. That's what they sound like. That's what they sound like. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they are. And by the way, you ever heard a hippo moan? Yeah. Okay, we're done. All right, coming up, Tucker Carlson and the video, what a story that is, the January 6th insurrection. KFI AM640 Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
No country might be there. Google. Just tell it what to play.
Okay, Google, play KFI AM640.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
You're out. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA County Board of Supervisors has fired the county's probation chief. KFI's Blake Foley reports live supervisors voted to oust him.
Adolfo Gonzalez has been fired after initial supervisors, LA County Supervisors Catherine Barber and Janice Hahn. Board of Supervisors Chair Janice Hahn says the juvenile halls are in crisis. Hahn says the state has found them unsuitable and they're at risk of shutting down. He pointed to staff being attacked and said many are not showing up. Last week, the county's oversight commission voted to call for Gonzalez to step down. Supervisor Catherine Barber said she wants to send in a team to overhaul the department. Reporting live, Blake Foley, KFI News.
A judge in LA has convicted a mom and her former boyfriend of murdering and torturing of her son, Anthony Avalos. Deputy DA John Hitami says nobody really wins in cases like these.
We can't bring Anthony back. And we still have a Department of Children and Family Services that keeps failing their children.
Hitami says that the state should be able to charge social workers when they fail kids the way that they failed Avalos and Gabriel Fernandez. The couple was found guilty yesterday of first-degree murder, torture, and child abuse that caused the death of the 10-year-old in 2018. Border agents say they were able to grab 126 pounds of narcotics during the traffic stop in Riverside County.
This was just north of Interstate 15, U.S. Portal checkpoint in Marietta. This wasn't actually at the checkpoint. It was on the roads around the station.
Agent Dan Anderson said during the stop last Friday, a drug-sniffing dog tipped off officials to drugs inside the SUV's gas tank, spare tire, and door panels. Anderson says the total street value of the drugs is $480,000. Well, city council members in LA have postponed the vote on whether to use a robot dog to help with policing. The LAPD says the device would only be deployed in certain situations where SWAT had to be called in, but people want the city to accept the robo-dog, calling it dangerous. This comes from the Police Foundation. You guys are all beholden to this foundation. They've got you signed up too. They run this city more than you run it. The robot was donated by the LA Police Commission and cost nearly $300,000. The council said yesterday it would delay the vote to allow time for reflection. Chris Dowser, KFI News. The star of MASH has put ChatGPT to the test. Alan Alda asked the AI to write a new scene for MASH between Hawkeye Pierce and DJ Honeycutt to see if it could be as funny and clever as Larry Gilbert or other massive TV hits for more than a decade. Alda and Mike Farrell then got together on Alda's podcast to do a table read. After the read, Alda says the humor fell short and kept popping up within his words some really stupid stuff. Warriors 1983, the most watched non-Super Bowl game. And I remember that guy who bought the $2 billion lottery ticket in Altadena. He made his first big purchase. LA Times says Edwin Castro, got more than $25 million of his winnings on a modern mansion. So this home has its 3 stories, has 5 bedrooms, 6 baths, plus a game room, a wine cellar, and a movie theater. So this home has its 3 stories, has 5 bedrooms, 6 baths, plus a game room, a wine cellar, and a movie theater. We've got to drive on the 210 in just a moment, but first it's sports with Wayne. The Lakers beat the Memphis Grizzlies 112-103. Anthony Davis lost 30 points and 20 rebounds. That is a lot of rebounds. Schroeder, Hachimura, and Reese had 17 points. The Clippers get the Toronto Raptors in today. That's live on AM 570 LA Sports.
In spring training baseball, the Angels defeated the Padres 5-4. They'll take on the Colorado Rockies today. The Dodgers are back after a day off to play the Seattle Mariners at 5. That's live on AM 570 LA Sports, your home for Dodgers baseball. I'm Wayne Levesque, KFI Forecast. So, let's talk about the value of your house for a moment. It's pretty high. Gone up and up and up over the last couple of years, several years. Well, it's flattened out. And not gaining in value, probably flat or maybe even going down. So, you've been thinking of borrowing against the equity. You have it, slightly so, because the value keeps on going up. Well, those days are gone. So, if you're looking at $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow that money. And I'm a big fan of HMS Capital. I've been a customer there. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. No appraisal or credit report fees to apply for. It doesn't matter what you want the money for. You know, obviously, just remodel, debt consolidation, all kinds of reasons. HMS Capital. Call 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. This financial report is brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow's just turned up 1. S&P flat. NASDAQ is down 7. Man, things are faster right now. The average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.92. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. 63 since 1972. So that weather from KFI. We've got a mostly sunny day ahead today and tomorrow. Sunny day ahead today and tomorrow. Highs to be in the 60s today, pushing right at 70. Same for tomorrow as well, but then big change comes in on Thursday. We've got more clouds on the way. Our Pineapple Express should make its way from the northern part of the state to our part of Southern California. Looks like we could have heavy rain at times, but the snow level is going to stay above 9,000 feet. But the concern is now that all this heavy rain will melt the snow and that we could have some mudslides in some areas. 45 right now in Yorba Linda, 48 in Newport Beach, 47 in San Juan Capistrano, 46 right here in Burbank. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky in the California. I'm sitting here driving to make my way through the Pasadena area. And there's an east on side on the Tucson around hill with a 5-car smash that had the, well, looks like 3 left lanes set on. Everything is included to the right. So there's still a bit of a busy one for east on Tucson as you approach hill. Where it's really massive on the west side of the Tucson, related or not, still going for you going away from Glendora. And the 57, kind of the same thing with the Jason area, that'll be still going for you back to Pasadena as you make like Port Hill. So maybe some look-at-loose flowing for you there. West on 10 is also the Tucson west on through the SUV thing gave her a balance, so going for you out of Sylvina. Seeing those delays from the far back into a day, and that will remain busy for you, especially towards downtown LA. And the 101-60 west on, so going for you right now out of Chino from as far back as Reservoir, almost around the avenue, and that remains heavy for you continuing all the way into East LA and through it, off the 60 west on onto the 10 west Santa Monica freeway getting into downtown. 7 updated up on Seaward, it's KFI traffic. South on 57 out of LA County through Orange County, leaving Temple and Pomona. Now this is going for you, stretching as you continue to Anaheim, so 6 hours. KFI in the sky helps 6 faster. I'm Nick Policy. This hour of the Bill Handle Show brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. If you get everything after that, choose a law firm with the experience to win. Choose Jacoby and Myers. Attorney Joe Cordell. Divorce forces a father to focus on what's most important, his children. You may no longer be a husband, but you'll always be a dad. In the divorce process, this comes down to 3 key concerns: physical custody, decision making, as well as San Diego, California, 92120.
We have our fresh service to meet your expectations, which is why we're dedicated to doing up to a 27-point inspection on our pre-transaction. Checking for things sorry. In fact, only the best produce for everyone.
You can earn $4 and take more at the pump today. Restrictions may apply. American Vision Windows. SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. American Vision Windows. More stimulating talk.
And I have radio station.
Today, don't handle will be played by Joe Handle. Nope, here's the handle. And out here. And the morning crew, a Wednesday is more deep. Some of the big stories they're covering. The police got released the photo video of the man who stabbed and killed that 17-year-old kid, Javier Chavarin. The straight 18 behind it, get hold of the suspect, and you can go to show
he comes out and shows video. Kevin McCarthy, who is Speaker of the House, gave him 40,000 hours of video. Just Carlson. No one else. And even the committee didn't get that. It was under the control of the Speaker, Kevin McCarthy. And he gave it to Fox News, he gave it to Tucker Carlson specifically, and all of the other news outlets are saying, hey, don't we get them working on it? I'm trying to figure out how to be fair about this. But you gave it only to Tucker Carlson. The reply is, I'm working on distributing it to other news outlets. That's for starters. And when you go, you think that's a problem? I'm working on distributing it. So now that he's working on distributing it, he shows selected clips of what happened. He shows people peaceably going through, okay? Does not show any of the violence, and says this is what it was about. It was a peaceful demonstration. It was peaceably going through. And that cop who was killed, Brian Sicknick of the Capitol Police, the fire extinguisher still walked around and the next day collapsed. And his death had nothing to do with what happened January 6th. So what happened as a result of this? Well, the House Republicans are basically saying nothing. If you don't go against the legal. Now, they're not jumping up and down and saying Carlson's right. There was no riot. It was a peaceful demonstration. It's being overplayed. The committee lied. And it's just, I mean, it's insane. So the House Republicans, they're mainly quiet about it. The Senate, which of course is not controlled by Kevin McCarthy, I want to talk just about Republicans. I mean, the Democrats are, of course, crazy. But even the Senate is, the Republican Senate, you got senators going, oh my God, come on. Senator Tom Tillis, North Carolina, Republican, blasted Tucker Carlson. His remarks were BS, using the word, I might add. It was, you had senator after senator, Republican after Republican, laying into Carlson. Fox News is getting a lot of food too. I mean, here's one, Republican Senator Kevin Kramer, North Dakota conservative. He said that Carlson is wrong. This has got some rowdy, peaceful protests of Boy Scouts. Carlson actually said there were a few bad apples, but most of the rioters were peaceful and called them sightseers and not insurrectionists. Said McCarthy made a mistake giving those hours exclusively to Carlson, the hours to put it. But when asked, hey, was this right or wrong, all he would say is, my concern is how it was depicted. Not that Carlson we're going back. The host and Rupert Murdoch said it was not correction was not yet. They went forward on the air and said that it was, and we find out, no surprise. It's not that they believed it. I always thought, who the hell can believe the election denied? The election was fair. Then what ends up happening is you lose one case goes to Newsmax, or someone else who's saying, okay, that's worth $1.6 billion for lying about it. So, once again, Fox News, fair and balanced. Let's not forget that. Always fair and balanced. This is something, disability lawsuits that I want to share with you. And I get this, I've gotten this for years on Handle on the Law, and I'll explain when we come back. Let's get in with Jennifer Billings-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour news.
The Biden administration is urging states to join a federal crackdown on so-called junk fees that are tacked onto everything from credit cards to phone bills to airline tickets. There's a new effort to protect some Californians who get laid off. The bill would expand coverage to contract workers and require companies to give 90 days notice so people can start job hunting sooner. The California School George Force they have more snow than probably some of them know what to do with. 600 inches so far at China Peak near Fresno, Boreal near Tahoe, Sugar Bowl near Truckee, and Dodge Ridge in Pinecrest. 2 others in the Tahoe area could be added to that list after this atmospheric river moves through this week. We got to drive on the 5 in just a moment.
I've been a business person my basically my entire adult life, still am. Small business owner, and like a small business owner anywhere out there, biggest size business owner I could afford to be honest, and that's impossible. But you can afford an HR person. You get a dedicated HR person to help you with all of your HR issues, starting at $99 per month. If that's going to drop down, Bambi, B-A-M-B-E-E, Bambi, B-A-M-B-E-E, Bambi.com. So, Calvin, from KFI, mostly sunny today, has to be in the 60s, right at 70. Sister, right to 5. Okay, pretty thank you for the drive. Aubrey, I want to go with some great answer too. Fine South, I'm also going to be a message coming on New Hall Passive in the 14th. This is going for you. Triple split with a 170, and then further south on the line, if you come to whichever part, the game is still going for a drive. It's going to go back for the 605. KFI will set up Jupiter Bastard. I'm Tony. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com. This replay is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Power up on poultry at Whole Foods Market. Organic air-filled boneless skinless chicken breast is just $7.99 per pound with time through March 14th. Experience the air-filled difference while you can, while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. A light storage system gives you filtered and delicious water straight through tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filter to change ever. It's maintenance free. New customers get a free Apapure antibacterial filter. That's worth $325. This thing call 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source Water, stay safe, feel the difference. Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. It may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discover more at connectwithyourheart.com. Solar from SolarMax Technology. Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 hassle-free. That's Surfair. Save hours on every trip. On your own schedule. Get a free quote on your next flight at surfair.com. There's a contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is our team rejuvenation. So we help prevent breakdowns by performing critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on-call unit drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain snake. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice and better price. Get air conditioning and plumbing. PTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Radio Podcast Awards are back. It's the biggest night of the year for podcast fans. Get ready to celebrate your favorite. Head to iHeart.com/podcast awards. Check out the nominees for Podcast of the Year. Best comedy, crime, news, sports, and more. Tuesday, March 14th. Join us for our 2023 iHeart Radio Podcast Awards. Audible is the proud sponsor of the Audible Audio Pioneer Award. From groundbreaking originals to best-selling audio books and the best and latest in podcasts, you'll find your next obsession is Audible, the home of storytelling. Audible free. Sign up at audible.com. If you just focusing right again on the values and keeping the bad people where they belong in a prison. Put people away in prison for long sentences. See what happens. What are we going to lose here? John and Ken. No intelligence at all. Dennis on has a negative IQ. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, EM 640, Bill Handel here. It is a Wednesday morning, March 8th. And some of the stories we are sharing is we have released a photo of the video. The man is stabbed at 17-year-old kid. Straight age and identifying him. So go to my page or go to it's coming. We've got rain. And I get phone calls of all kinds of legal issues. And one of the calls I get on a regular basis, not that often, but on a regular basis, a business owner. On a regular basis, not that often, but on a regular basis, a business owner will call me, usually a minority business owner, who whose English is somewhat broken and will, and it's faulty, be it dry cleaners or like a 7-Eleven kind of independent store coming onto the line, and is getting sued. And getting sued under the Americans with Disability Act, saying that the bathroom mirror wasn't low and quarter of an inch, or the ramp was off by half of a percentage point in terms of the inclination of the ramp. And they go, what do? They go, you pay the money because they have to. But it's only a quarter of an inch. Exactly. What happens is that there is the cottage industry, they're office, and we'll collect $3,500, $5,000 per business, and it basically is a fee. I mean, there's no question about it. So there's a story in Cal Matters about one plaintiff who has filed 2,000 disability lawsuits. I told you, there are people that literally go around in their wheelchairs and measure everything and say, I was unable to reach the set for the I couldn't go up the ramp. The parking, handicap parking, or wasn't one I have now looked at enlarging the case out because the plaintiff, with the 2,000 lawsuits, would be deemed what's called litigant. It's just a legal term that says he filed way too many lawsuits, most of them are crapola. And the judges just throw this stuff out. You're not allowed to sue anymore. It's it, you're done. There's a limit to how many you can sue. For example, small claims court, I think you can only file 5 a year. For that, you're done. Now, in superior court, you can file as many as you want. And you reach a point where it gets to be ridiculous, and the judges don't pay attention anymore. They just dismiss the case. So the appeal is that. And the Ninth Circuit says, just because you have a litigant who has filed case after case after case, that doesn't mean that this case is not valid. Now, in most states, any award won in federal disability rights cases under the ADA can only be used to pay legal fees. That's it. Let's say your mirror was a quarter inch too low or too high in the restroom, doesn't meet the ADA provisions. In most states, boom, it goes to the legal fees. That's it. And then, of course, the different ways for mirror. Well, in California, under the Unruly Civil Rights Act, minimum of $4,000. And that's why California, of these disability cases have been filed in the last decade, and there is all kinds of interpretation. Actually, the academics who study this say there are actually 3 interpretations of this case that Langer filed. This is all it is. Even if he is considered a serial litigator, which now in California you can be, or he can be. Okay. In one case, serial litigants are warriors for disability action. This is when they are at the forefront, like class action plaintiffs, lead plaintiffs. You're doing something good. You are doing something that society has to look at as a positive. Another way of looking at it is, you know what? All you guys are pawns of these law firms who have created an entire industry of litigation, dealing with violations of the ADA. And I'm talking about crap, little tiny violations. And then the third one is the litigant system and its combination of the last 2. So, is there an answer here? Yeah, I've got one. And that is just the word reasonable, just double compromise. A quarter of an inch does not cut it. A tiny little bit of incline that's off does not cut it. A handicapped space which has to be within X feet of the door, and it's a foot too far, does not cut it. But the law doesn't talk about that. The law is specific. The law has minutia. The law says a mirror must be no more than, I I think so. Anyway, very kind. Thank you. In your own day. High school, police say Patrick Nazarian got onto campus Monday through an unlocked door in the student parking lot. A 14-year-old girl told the cops she was assaulted in a restroom. 2 other girls say they were inappropriately touched. Nazarian was caught by school employees and held until police arrived. A union says the potential loss of 40% of court interpreters over the next couple of years could lead courts in LA County roughly translation. There are 200 different languages spoken in Los Angeles. California Federation of Interpreters Begonias de Salvo says county federal interpreters but make 35% less money. The courts can remedy this problem immediately, just like you're doing to incentivize court reporters. She says understanding court proceedings is no right. All languages are equal, and they all just have equal access to justice. In downtown LA, Corbin Carson, KFI News. A study has found people in LA who drive less are exposed to more air pollution. Researchers surveyed around their commute. If you don't want to sit in the theater, self-love can lead to self-destruction. Researchers in UCLA says abstaining from masturbation can lead to devastating mental health issues. The No Fap movement began roughly 10 years ago. Urges men to avoid masturbation to boost confidence, focus, and even cure erectile dysfunction. Researchers say men who fell off the wagon and relapsed with themselves, self-shame, and in some cases suicidal, and were more likely to report erectile dysfunction. They say there's no scientific backing that it's good to deny oneself, and in fact, better overall. The Clippers get the Toronto Raptors at 7. That game live on AM 570 LA Sports. I'm William Matthews, KFI Sports. 10 million job openings in the U.S. right now, and there are less than 6 million unemployed workers. So no wonder it's so hard to find qualified hourly employees. So let me suggest jobsget.com for employers and unique ways for you to connect with qualified job seekers. Now, with other hiring sites that resonate from candidates who don't meet the criteria, aren't near you, hard to reach, ghost you for the interview, JobGet is different. First of all, your top candidates already have the skills that you need. You're only talking to workers in your area. Applicants get immediate notifications letting them know you're ready to hire right now. And you post with one click. Most employers get their first applicants within minutes, which is why this is report much better hiring rates than you would expect at jobget.com. And save 20% more per job post versus other hiring sites. So try it for free. jobget.com/handle. Free post. jobget.com/handle. Still got weather from KFI because local sunny day out. This is a shoe system for the lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris for full net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI. AM 640. And I have radio station for stimulating coffee. KFI, AM 640. Bill Handle here, Wednesday, March 8th. Get ready for the Pineapple Express. Atmospheric river is headed to SoCal. More rain on the way, but pretty warmer rain. As to how that is. Harupa Valley, wherever it is, this man was working on the property and was mauled to death by 4 dogs. That's the way to go. The dogs, 3 Belgian Malinois and a King Corso. What the hell is a King Corso? I've never heard of a King Corso. Anyway, the owner surrendered the dogs, which was put down. I guess it's a bad thing when a dog beats something. Tough way to go being mauled by dogs. Okay. Even though their doctor said there were grave risks to their lives for fetuses, or at least they're saying that, and to the state of Texas. First-time pregnant women were taking legal action against the ban who have these bans allows exceptions. When a physician determines there's a risk of quote, substantial harm to pregnant woman, that's in the law, by the way. Here is why these women, even though the doctor has determined there would be substantial harm to the woman, will not do the abortion, will not perform the abortion, will not give these women a referral to someplace else, would not even forward medical records, which is illegal to other doctors. And why is that? Well, because for a doctor who performs an abortion in the state of Texas, it's up to 99 years in prison, a $100,000 fine, and a loss of medical license forever. So guess what's not happening? Doctors are not performing abortions. Not because they don't feel the woman's life is at risk. It's that they don't want to take a chance. And why don't they want to take a chance? Well, because the Texas authorities are nuts. Particularly the Attorney General Ken Paxton. So this lawsuit simply asks the court to affirm that the doctors can make exceptions under the law. It's affirm it. Say yes. To clarify under what conditions. The problem is, how do you clarify when a woman needs an abortion? Grave life of a child that won't survive, for example. It's a doctor's call. How else do you do it? There's no other way. And the women are bringing the state, first of all, to contradict stereotypes about who receives abortion. She has the state. And here's who they are, married, some with kids already, wanted their pregnancy, only to discover their fetuses had no chance of survival. That reason doesn't exist in Texas. All abortions are simply to abort the fetus, to kill the fetus. And the doctors that are saying that this is a danger to the mother, they were just too frightened. And what they're arguing is the way allowed to happen. Because it is the way the law is being interpreted in what these women are doing and asking the court to pay out. The women find themselves, well, of course, they had to cross state borders. They were illegal in Texas. So, anti-abortion groups are arguing that the restrictions on abortion don't harm women. Really? I'd like to know why. And that the law really prevents only what the groups are calling elective abortion. There's really no such thing as a mandatory abortion for health. Even though the law, it doesn't exist. And you think I'm kidding? Ken Paxton, the Attorney General, said, we're not going to allow left-wing bureaucrats in Washington. You have to provide an abortion if it is necessary for emergency care. And Texas law agrees with that. Paxton says, we're not going to allow left-wing bureaucrats in Washington to transform our hospitals and emergency rooms into walk-in abortion clinics. That's the only reason a woman would ever undergo an abortion. It's for an elective abortion. Now, can you imagine that the state takes the position that contrary to what a doctor says, what the doctor says is BS, because it's merely a front for an unwanted pregnancy, on-demand abortion. And abortion goes to jail for 99 years, $100,000 fine, loses the medical license. By the way, in Texas, data shows very few women have been allowed to receive abortions under exception. So you've got medical associations joining the lawsuit. And the issue then becomes, it doesn't even really matter if the doctor, these women want to change the interpretation of the law. It's taken to levels that are crazy. Aaron Paxton will force the criminal prosecution of that doctor. And of course the doctor's going to win. Because, well, unless Paxton gets doctors that either work for the state or anti-abortion doctors to testify, he didn't need an abortion. In my medical, and what kind of jury do you get in Texas? Yep, let's all move to Texas. Great place. Coming up, How Lego beat Barbie in Monopoly. Your Lego little plastic doodad versus the
We're keeping an eye on a situation in Alhambra, and according to ABC7, they've got a standoff underway where possibly the person involved in those two fatal stabbings is holed up. So as soon as we get more information on that, we'll bring it to you. So now, whether it's from KFI in just a moment.
If you're looking to get out of your house, okay, you finally decided you're going to sell it, waiting, you were right, the value of the house kept on going up and up. Or like kids, no longer. Enough. Or like kids, no longer. Home values are. So, a couple ways of doing it. I'm going to suggest one of those ways. First of all, you go to a real estate agent. So, a couple ways of doing it. I'm going to suggest one of those ways. First of all, you go to a real estate agent or broker. You pay 6% there, you have a clean place, has a look spotless, and prospective buyers then walk through your house, and you can't be there, and then you're on escrows, falling in and out. Another way of doing it is directbuyers.com. Directbuyers.com will give you a fair price. You get paid cash within 10 days. No one walks through the house. You can leave it the way it is. And they'll even give you a $15,000 cash advance before closing. And I'll tell you what they won't do. They won't call you. Go to directbuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL. Visit directbuyers.com.
So now, weather from KFI, mostly sunny today, but highs in the mid-60s to the upper 60s. This report is brought to you by Amtrak. In Southern California, Toyota dealers, shopping center, let's go places like the 405.
Sitting here, really going country on the southbound side, going through Westminster right now, leaving Westminster Boulevard. That'll be a busy one for you, especially all the way toward the 55. You do have other sort of activity coming earlier, a three-car smash that has lanes blocked for a decent amount of time. No down on the 405 still going towards the second destination with that towards Conway Airport. And that's a busy drive in both directions to find in South Orange County, through the Green Hills and the Michigan area. I north and southbound, pretty much between Lake Forest Drive and about the 73 still going towards your there. Stay up behind this guy, let's get there faster. I'm just calling it from Spring Break Travel and Snow. So get going with your next adventure aboard Amtrak. You can save up to 20% when you book in advance at Amtrak.com. 7-day advance purchase required. Restrictions and exclusions apply. This report is sponsored by Insta.com. Want to stay big on custom forward blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Sub blinds for today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick and mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at Blinds.com.
Today we welcome Ruben Robles, a health education program coordinator with the California Department of Public Health Office of Problem Gambling. Ruben, what is problem gambling?
Problem gambling or gambling simple, no matter how devastating the consequences are. They're lying about the gambling, financial problems, issues with family and friends, including domestic violence and jobs. The program called House. If you go to our website, you'll see problemgambling.ca.gov. And remember, we help friends and family too. Problem gambling, we're set to have 10 effective individuals.
Ruben, what are the Office of Problem Gambling? Again, that number is 1.
Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. You want to build on that? House of the Dragon will see the book. Pop culture and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and breakfast today. I had a class and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. AM 620, Joe Handle here on a Wednesday morning, March 8th. Some of the big stories we are covering is the 2 surviving Americans from that kidnapping murder case in Matamoros, Mexico. The 2 surviving ones have returned, 1 wounded, the other one unharmed, and then 2 folks that were killed are still in Mexico, and they're undergoing autopsy by the Mexican authorities. And a story that I just did, trying to figure out where Verupa Valley, a man working on the property of Verupa Valley, side of Riverside, where it is, mauled to death by 4 dogs.
Hey, by the way, I'm keeping an eye handle on a standoff that we've got in Alhambra, and optics surrounded this home. Remember the story that we did earlier about the 17-year-old who was stabbed outside the restaurant, and then another guy was stabbed about a half mile away in El Torino? They believe that the suspect
in those cabins is inside that home. So I'll keep you posted, but right now they got it surrounded and there's no movement.
Yeah, and I thought, well, I said earlier this morning, they're going to catch him very quickly because there is a full-face photo of him where it's easily discernible as to what he looks like. And at that point, then it's just a matter of time. And it wasn't like time either. All right, this is a story I want to share with you. I haven't done one of those in a while. And this has to do with Legos. Legos is a very interesting, and just to give you a little bit of history. There's Mattel and there's Hasbro. So let me ask you, the Lego set features a K-pop band. You think that would happen with Hasbro? Probably not. So 10 years ago, Lego actually moved ahead of Mattel, makers of Barbie. And of course, Mattel's the world's largest toy company. Well, today, 10 years later, Lego is generating twice the revenue of Mattel, blowing past both Mattel and Hasbro. Yesterday, they released sales information for 2022, 17%. When you could, their cars were ridiculous for money. In the meantime, and that means that there were no sales on this. Because if you can't sell, you're not making any money. Well, can you imagine? Profit happened. And he says this is just a tremendous story about a Danish company. And he credits the investments it made in recent years, new stores, new products, e-commerce, digital engagement, and I'll tell you about the digital part of it in just a moment. These people know exactly what they're doing. And so last year, they even sold more and made more money than they thought they were going to. And he said that. I love this quote. Overall, we're very satisfied. Really? It was a year with a lot of challenges, and it was the bottom line growing compared to the year before. We reached more kids than ever. How did they do it? Politically, like we do with China. So that became easy for them. They have other popular brands. There was a Lego movie. How many, and Lego games? When's the last time you saw a Twinkie movie? I don't think so. When's the last time you saw a Barbie and Ken movie? Now, maybe I was about to say, never mind. I wasn't going to go there. You do a lot of things in terms of moving Barbie and Ken. They're making the Barbie and Ken. Are they really? Yeah, ROTHSCHILD. Oh, okay. Well, so they're following Lego, although it's not the dolls. It's people. No, it's like that. Okay, well, this is all what they now. Is that going to generate sales of the dolls? I don't know. But the point is that these are Legos, the Lego little blocks. And so rolling out a lot more stores, like very few Ken and Barbie stores, having its own factory close to where their stores are, where their distribution is. And that avoids supply chain issues. And they have set up, sets are now including police and fire stations, vehicles, more challenging builds, sets now based on famous landmarks, the Eiffel Tower, for example. And those were some of the best sellers last year. The Star Wars, The Star Wars and Harry Potter franchise tie-in, also the digital player. Because here is how they're very different. There are all kinds of digital games out there. What makes Lego's digital games is they're not just standalone games. They're mainly a marketing effort to get kids interested in buying Legos. And it's not just kids either. Legos is one of those things that adults can play with. So while Barbie Maker, I'm talking about Barbie, Mattel, sales were flat, Legos was up, as I said, 17%. And here's what also happened. And this is something that the other toy manufacturers really can't touch. Maybe Lincoln Loft, which are kind of, or Rector sets, but nothing like Legos. Parents continued to buy Legos for their kids, even in the middle of recessions and tough economic times. Why? because they perceive Legos as an educational toy that will remain in use for many years. And of course, I bought my kids Legos. They have Lego sets at home. And because they're my kids, we couldn't actually put them up together. Yeah, there's something to do with Lego sets.
From Christmas break, and I had stayed upstairs near my nephew and all he sort of black. And there's one Lego. And so I FaceTime the boys. I'm like, how the hell? This is my first. And in the middle of the night, they are under your feet.
Oh yeah, that's pleasant to step up. Yeah, pleasant to step on a Lego. All right, coming up next, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. More stimulating talk without even lifting a finger. Thanks, wrong finger. Just go to your smart device and play KFI AM 640.
KFI.
And KOST live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Still no resolution. I'm set for KFI 24-hour news. Police have surrounded a home in Alhambra. The person who suspected of stabbing a teenager to death is barricaded. ABC7 says a large police presence was seen at the home on Westmont Drive this morning. The LAPD has requested assistance from police in Alhambra. The teen was fatally stabbed to death while waiting for his mom to pick him up from a restaurant in El Sereno last week. LA County Board of Supervisors has ousted the county's probation chief. KFI's Liz Coley reports the firing comes after many reported issues in the department.
Board has repeatedly found juvenile halls unsuitable and called for correction. Supervisors voted unanimously yesterday to oust Adolfo Gonzalez. Board Chair Janice Hahn says the juvenile halls are in crisis. She pointed to staffing attack and said Adolfo Gonzalez. Janice Hahn says the juvenile halls are in crisis. She pointed to staffing attack and said many are for work. With the Probation County's oversight department since 2021. Reporting live, Blake Kroll and KFI News.
A 7-mile stretch of Highway 18 in the San Bernardino Mountains is being inspected for a possible threat of an avalanche. The area is between Snow Valley Mountain Resort in Running Springs and Big Bear Dam. Now, Caltrans crews were pushing their way through 10 feet of snow yesterday. Clear path for the team if they do find avalanche. Different accused of killing a 10-year-old Anthony Avalos in Lancaster have been convicted of first-degree murder and torture.
Anthony's Aunt Maria Barron says nothing will take away the pain of losing him.
I watched him see his first death. How to write his name, how to read.
Anthony lived with his Aunt Maria and Uncle David briefly, who says Anthony could have been saved, but DCFS failed him.
And we'll never get the justice that he actually deserves because of Gail Farm.
The judge yesterday, Anthony's mom waited until he died before calling 911. The couple faces life in prison without parole for killing the 10-year-old in 2018. Chris Adler, KFI News.
Who survived a violent kidnapping in Mexico have returned to the U.S. They were taken to a hospital in Brownsville, Texas yesterday after being found in a wood shack in a remote area near the Gulf Coast. ABC's Andrew Gimbert says 4 Americans were kidnapped Friday when they crossed into Matamoros from Texas.
During the 3 days they were held, they were transferred to various places to avoid authorities. A source says investigators believe the gunmen may have mistaken the Americans for rival human traffickers.
2 of the Americans were killed. Handle's going to talk with Dr. Jim Keeley in just a moment about Americans going to places like Mexico for different medical procedures and they expect to plane that killed in the crash over lake in Winter Haven, Winter Haven. It was a standstill collision. And those planes immediately went to the water. Investigators say the search and rescue mission ended last night. They say the 4 killed were the only ones in the plane. The FAA and NTSB are doing their own investigation. And a winning dark comedy Barry is ending after 4 seasons. Co-creator and star Bill says it's very clear that the ending presented itself while he was working on the 3rd and 4th season. There is a teaser trailer. It's a very hitman who comes to LA for a close slate in prison. Premiered for 198-episode season premieres on HBO April 16th. We got a job on the 101 after sports were playing.
Padres 5-4. They'll take on the Colorado Rockies today. The Dodgers are back at KFI Sports. If you're thinking about borrowing money against your equity in your house, now may very well be a good time to do it in a while. So if you need $75,000 or more, let me suggest HMS Capital. Once you borrow that money, and I mean with the best rate for this, and the reason I know this,
because I've had 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. 988, visit hmscapital.com. That's hmscapital.com.
Take a look at your campus 92 cents. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Soak out with us the pineapple